then we'll be good to go. All right, so we're gonna be loading up our game we had last time. Right, we had an autosave at the end. It should pop up in the screen here in just a second. We were playing, we made good progress. I figured out where I could get salt, all those kind of things. But I went at the end and was like, yeah, like we're gonna go ahead and do this, and that was like we were switching to Farm Simulator, and I closed the game and went, oh crap, I didn't save. Luckily, the autosave is pretty generous, because it looked like I only lost 3 minutes, which is probably 3 minutes of me explaining what was going on, so I don't think we lost any meaningful progress. But it's okay, we had a bunch of salt. We went to the salt mines and got our salt, both in the joking and the literal sense. It's like Rimworld, but the pods are even more stupid. No, that's not true. The pods are a little bit more difficult to deal with. Okay, so we're in winter now. But as you can kind of see, like, you got our big open world and all that. I have on the bottom left, you can see that we have, like, the yellow bar is our hunger. The light blue bar is our thirst. Red is our health. And then green is our stamina. We have been building our little settlement, whatever. The big problems I have right now is I'm still building my storage so that I can put stuff in here. But, the other issue I have with all this is that at the moment, I don't really have much food. So there's a very good chance it's going to end up happening this in-game day. Well, in this season, is I'm probably going to have to go start actively hunting myself. That I have been disappointed at the speed in which my people bring me food. And so I have to take matters into my own hands. It's pretty much what we do here. Is we cut down trees, and then we take matters into our own hands. I am happy to see that we're actually not freezing to death. I was really worried about that, because during the fall, that was a real problem. But yeah, like pretty much every survival game there has ever been, you chop down tree, and you build stuff with it. You also get stone. Why does punching this not do any good? Why can't I just punch through a big spruce tree? Come on. It's not Minecraft? Nah, every single survival game you can do that, right? That's like... That's literally... Is it really a survival game if I cannot punch a tree? Alright. Yeah, so we're just like expanding our little village. We'll make stuff out of stone, all that kind of stuff over time. But at the moment, it's mostly just getting things in order. Alright, 1, 2... Yeah, so 1, 2, 6... 7... 8... Steve is just built different. Alright, so I need 12 more logs. But, so part of it is you're trying to keep your people happy so they don't leave. Get them a whole bunch of things. I have been told you need to, like, actually decorate their stuff for them to be happy. I have put no effort into decorating literally anything, because I feel like it's kind of on you to decorate your own thing. Like, I'm down with the whole idea of, like, you know, I'm responsible for decorating the town, but your own home sounds like a you problem in the game. But nevertheless, I'm supposed to do it, so that is something I have to deal with. That said, I feel like that is a secondary priority over starvation. That's just me. I like eating. It's kind of nice. Like, why don't they decorate their stuff? It's like, I would understand you giving them supplies or something. Whoa, Okay, let's not smash our heads in with that. Yeah, no, it's like, I could see that it's my responsibility to put, like, a garden in the town, or, you know, it's my responsibility to add the well, or whatever. Sure, makes sense. I own the town, like, the common places are me. Can trees kill you in this? Yes. You can do the classic, drop tree on head, oh look, you're dead. Well, then don't do anything, and don't tell them to. Apart from green. Oh, those are different sides. Boo, that means I need 8, 9, 13. Alright, that's fine, it's whatever. And per the usual, the entire forest around everywhere, dead. All of nature dead. Okay. This is how you know humans are here. Yeah, this is how you know humans are here. There's just nothing but us, and then the handful of animals that we have decided are worth keeping for domesticated reasons. Alright, make ourselves a new axe. Alright, pretty soon I'll probably want to drop off the sticks. Because every one of these trees I'm cutting down, I'm getting logs, I'm getting sticks, and I'm getting feathers. Best get to shoveling up the stumps. Trees will regrow, grow otherwise. It takes a few years. Yeah, no, I'm gonna let them... I was told that I need to leave the stumps for the trees to regrow. Which doesn't really make sense. I'm not too worried about one or the other. We pull up the stumps as we feel a need to. All right. The other good thing is the stumps give you an extra log, but eh. I'll end up clearing more area. It's fine. And someday I'll get a blacksmith, and I won't be using stone tools. Alright. Yeah, no, look, trees hurt people. It's just the truth. It says, yeah, if you leave it for some, it'll regrow. If you dig it up, it won't. The woodcutter's lodge doesn't actually need trees nearby. So once you don't cut trees yourself, they become decoration. Gotcha. Kira's saying, leaving the stump to have a tree regrow is the opposite of how I'd expect it to work? Correct. It's the same for me. I'm like, but stumps don't regrow. I mean, that's... Okay, there are a handful of, like, trees that can regrow from a stump, but it's basically none. Okay. So we've unlocked a new technology. We're almost to the point of excavation site. We're getting pretty good with all that. We do have some people complaining that they do not have enough food. They're like, we have the munchies. Feed us. Alright, look. Is this my house? No. So that house is fine. It's you who has no food? Okay. Well, I don't have anyone living in this house yet, so we're just going to go ahead and take the food that was here. That's almost rotten. Don't worry about it. And we'll run over here. And we'll grab the roasted meat. There, you're fed. Don't say it didn't do anything for you. They really shouldn't. I have really not done a whole lot. I mean, actually, I built their home and everything, gave them a place to work and all that. So it is, I have actually done stuff for them, but also kind of do a lot of things that aren't great for them also. So when we have a farmer, we have a farm. It's just winter. Oh, there were crops that grow in winter in this game. So the thing I'm noticing is they are getting lots of meat, but they aren't doing anything with it. Like, we're getting dried meat, but way too slowly.
Just a little bit of courage, and you'll find a wife.
Don't. No. Igrada. Don't get into my business about my relationships out there. It's like, you know, a little bit of courage and you'll get a wife. It's like, excuse me? So we have demand on the left and 1 day. Oh no, so it's how much food we have and how much we have a day. So we have 26 food and nowhere near that. I also have $223 in taxes to pay. All right, since you people don't seem to know how to get any of this done, I'm gonna go take all this food, and I will just spend the next entirely too long here. Just grilling up meat. Let's see. Scoring. How many do you have? How do you have their task balance? It looks like they're getting plenty of raw meat, but not drying enough. Yeah, that's the thing, is I feel like I need to adjust it. But we'll deal with that in a moment. Right now, I'm just gonna go ahead and grill up what they've got, and I'll distribute it. So it's talking about growing. Japanese cherry tree seeds were sent to space. Different varieties of Japanese cherry trees, and the trees that were grown from these seeds are growing the wrong type of petals they usually grow. Gotcha. Frozen meat on a stick. Look, we're just killing all the germs by freezing it. That's how that works, right? Don't. You can... I don't think you can kill most germs with freezing them. There's probably some. But you can make them inert. But the thing is, then they warm up and they become not inert in your body, where you don't want the germs. But that's why we cook them, to kill most of those germs and parasites and all those kind of things. Yeah, preserved germs. We've just made the germs last extra long. They go into endospores for hibernation. I have no idea what that means. I understand hibernation is, you know, it's not outbound at the moment. Alright, so let's go ahead and take our roasted meat. We'll give you 16 of it. And we'll give you 14 of it. Last one's mine. No touchy. We have people who need water. All right. So drop 1 bucket of water there. I don't know if they're, did that say tainted water? Okay, I must just misread it. I was like, wait a second. Alright, so we've dealt with their immediate needs. So what we're going to do now is we're going to run to town. And the reason we're running to town real fast is I need to check to see what notice board stuff they have so that I can continue to make money and to make the people here at town like me more. Because that's where I get more people from, as well as there's a whole thing with like the Dynasty and getting taxed and all that. I need to figure out where I pay my taxes. How much money do I have, by the way? Where's my money? Coins? Okay, so I got plenty of money to pay my taxes. Oh, I should be dropping off my money. Because there are bandits, and I'm just waiting to, like, be mugged by bandits and be out, like, $900. Because I'm assuming that's what happens. You can pay those taxes to me. Oh, good. You're a representative of the king? I would have guessed, but, you know, that's very convenient, actually, that you just happen to be in my chat. What an efficiently running government. That's what I was figuring, is that they would be the one. So I don't have rot. Hose before bros. You want me to make you 7 wooden hose? Sure. Saltless city? Sure. Feathers for ruffers? Yeah, I could do all those. Ah, that's definitely a name. Alright, so I think... I think the contract symbol was...
How is life treating you? See you around.
So not marigold. That's the notice board.
Should my fingers be this purple? I'm sure it's fine.
Something of a village head myself.
I have a feeling that even I would make a better king.
I'm trying to find Castellan.
The market.
His name should be in your journal from starting tasks. So stay vigilant. Those will go to Durwan. I don't see it. Nor does he show up on the map. I can worry about it later, I guess. Alright, so. These two I can just make happen right now. The Saltless City, I need to go there. So let's set that. I should have my waypoint set back. Actually, I probably don't even need to go back home. Did I drop off the branches? I didn't. I did not. That was actually fortunate for once. Oh, it's logs, not branches. Alright, I'm just gonna go sell the branches. They're probably not worth anything, but I want to lug these around.
How is life treating you? Can I have a nice day?
You don't know where he is on the new map? Yeah, no idea. Oh, you can't actually pay taxes till spring? What is that, Marigold Guide? Okay, gotcha. Yeah, no, I kept seeing the taxes building up, and it's like, you're not in debt. And I'm like, right, but my assumption being is sooner or later I will need to pay taxes, and I would rather to keep up with them versus, you know, suddenly turn around and they're like, by the way, you owe us $1 bajillion. And you go, look, let's have a little talk here about how I don't have $1 bajillion. And I'm like, ooh, that is going to be really bad for your knees. Yeah. Okay. We gained a skill in survival. Okay, so we have slower loss of food and water, higher alcohol resistance, faster movement in water. Yes, I would like to need to eat less. It makes everything in these games easier when you don't have to worry about those things. You love what winter is seen in this game? You love the snow? Yeah. Well, no, it feels like actual winter. Like, so many games are just like, there's snow. It's like, okay. And then you look at half the buildings and it makes no sense. This feels fairly authentic to me. Like, I'm not seeing icicles anywhere, but, you know. It happens, so that's 2. We need 7 logs. Three, 4, 5, 6. All right. Seven. And I need to make a lot more than that. Oh, I don't have enough. Wait, I should have enough sticks. No, I don't, because I sold all the sticks. I didn't read. I know, you're all surprised. No one saw that coming. Are you sure you know how to read? I get it right enough, it'd be hard to believe that I've been able to get it wrong that many times and still find that level of success. But we definitely can assume that my reading comprehension is not the best. Mostly it's because, you know, ADHD things plus dealing with chat plus having to keep track of, like, you know, in case anything comes up that I need to worry about, you know, on the side, that while you're streaming there's like 6 different things going on at any given moment. That it's really, really, really easy to get distracted and miss details. Alright. We have unlocked a kitchen. What is that under? We also unlocked a skill point. Didn't I already set one in survival? Lower stamina consumption for movement, less damage received. Alright, and the kitchen was under the crafting. Cool. Because the kitchen, I think I can have them prepare food for me. As opposed to everything else we got going on. Alright, it'll take me a while to adjust to that. Plus, oh, we're getting stinky. I say plus, Hunting a bird with a spear.
Greed can bring us to. We don't want to part with our possessions, even when they're far too heavy to bear.
Don't judge me. I'm literally getting equipment for you. It's not my fault your equipment is so freaking heavy. Calling me greedy for literally making stuff to give you? Come on, man. Kind of a jerk move. Just saying.
Greed will be your downfall.
All right.
Winter's the only season when day is overthrown by night.
Just trying to get to where we're going to give all the hose to Derwin.
Hello there.
Worry no more, the hose have arrived. Be welcome, taxpayer. I haven't paid my taxes. So, you know, whatever. What did you... Oh, yes, that sort of hose. Great. If only the farmers would stop trying to plow the rocks. I feel you. Everybody takes their hoe for granted until they become holeless.
Have a nice
Oh, all these jokes. Please stop talking, game. Alright, so I need 34 feathers, and I could run all the way back home to go get feathers, and that probably is the smart idea. But hear me out. Instead of the smart idea, I'm going to pull out this spear, I'm going to go find a bird, and I'm going to annihilate it. And I'm going to repeat that a couple of times. Okay, so I need to aim a little bit higher than that. I'll get zoned in, don't worry. Oh, it's the fox that scared him away, not me. Alright, gotta keep aiming higher. That feels a little bit like overkill, chat. It's like meat, none. You have annihilated the entire bird. No bird remains. There's just poof and feathers left behind. That was dumb of me. Alright, let's go find our spear. I don't think it got... Oh, no, it did get this far.
Should have put on something warmer.
Yeah, so note to self, don't try and go for the airborne bird hit with something I want to retrieve. It's definitely harder to use those than the bows for something that's small, which is not a surprise to pretty much anyone. That's okay. You only have to hit a couple of them. Like 2 more birds is, I think, all I need if my math is right. No, 3 more birds. Apparently my knife broke. Need one more stick. Just 2 birds? It sounds like you need a stone. I understand. Yeah, so we can get the birds. Once we get those knocked out, we can drop everything off back home. And once we dropped everything off back home, we can go to the salt mines. You know, read whatever comments we have in the YouTube comments. That kind of nonsense. Get all the salt we need and turn that in. I didn't see you over there. I was looking. Hey, you scared away my birds. Okay. I didn't want to aim any higher than that for the second one. Just in case. I don't want to go hucking it to where I'll never find it again. Alright. That was not even close. Yeah, the bow is definitely the better choice for this, which surprises absolutely no one. But I really don't want to run back and have to make another bow and everything. Ah, right in front of it. It's fine. Okay. No, stop scaring the birds. This doesn't need to take this long. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Alright, there's our target. He's trying to use the sign for cover. He's trying to go for the cover bonus. Got him. Okay. And we've got our feathers. Got every one of those birds first time. Flawless victory. That's good, because we're starting to get hungry. And a little tunnel vision as we're running when we're completely at our end of stamina.
Isn't it weird that only women leave?
They need to give them more lines. It's the fact that the only thing that the female characters seem to say is, like, basically discussing their cycle. I'm like, look, women talk about more than that. It's really weird.
So long.
It's really uncomfortable, and that's all they want to talk about in this game. Yeah, I never miss. There's a reason they call me Sure Shot Rual. They definitely call me that, and you should not do any homework about that whatsoever and just take me at my word on it. Like, I want to deactivate that one voice line. Hearing it once is weird. Like, so for the record, I actually advocate for people to be comfortable, like, discussing those things, like health, that kind of whatever. Absolutely on board. Even like doing that in like a public setting, it shouldn't be weird to discuss basic health things. At the same time, when you're playing a game and they keep saying it again and again and again and not other things, that gets weird. I'm even okay if like you walked by and they said it one time, like once in a long while, I'd be like, oh hey, ha. Alright, you know, sure, normalize it. But then it's also just like, look, please. They apparently have like 4 lines and that's one of them. I really need them to have more lines. I just really need them to have more lines. It's only weird because of the frequency. There are games you had to mod voice lines? Oh yeah, that happens. There are games out there especially where they have like no variety of voice lines whatsoever. And very quickly you're like, no, look, I really need this game to stop talking. Alright, so let's pop in here. Cook ourselves some more food. Yeah, it's been a while. It's like, I just left. Stay a while and listen. Like, that was the whole meme about the Skyrim, you know, I used to adventure like you until I took an arrow to the knee. The only reason that became a meme was like every other guard every third time would say it. And you're like, no, you know what? I don't believe you. I don't believe you used to be an adventurer. I believe, like, you all collectively are conspiring here. Because there's no way there's that many. Alright. So I shouldn't need my money with me. So let's drop the giant mountain of money in there. I don't need the straw. You know what? Actually keep the straw. I'll probably end up wanting to make a second torch. It's only 8. It's not much weight. Alright, so what we're going to do is I'm going to pull up my map, and there is a cave down here. So we're going to go down there. And all that good stuff. So I need to get 26 salt. Look, all I need to do to collect 26 salt is I just need to do something that would really upset people. Like, just really upset people and just collect the comments. So we could say Fallout 76 upon release was an excellent game. What else can we do? Starfield had an incredible amount of depth of which no other Bethesda game could ever possibly achieve. What else? Is not getting eaten by a bear. So I shouldn't have to worry about the bears. If I remember from my route, there's bears on this one, but these ones I should be all good. Ooh. Oh, I know one that'll upset people. KOTOR is a game that had no depth or interesting plot. For the record, I am saying this just to mine salt. I actually think KOTOR is a wonderful game. Let me actually, you know, we'll get one that's like an actual blend of what I believe and what will upset some people, but is objectively correct. KOTOR, that's Knights of the Old Republic, has an amazing story that is wonderful and great, and also is terrible gameplay. Oh, that cave? Yeah, it's okay. The caves in the wild tend to have bear spawns nearby. Oh yeah, no, that's the one thing. Like, it was an absolutely excellent game, but like the the gameplay of Knights of the Old Republic. For the record, we're talking the RPG, not the MMORPG. Just to clarify. The RPG... I missed the entrance there. It's fine. We'll just go down here. Yep, no, I know I'm actively dying of cold. My hope is that I'll run inside the cave, and one, it'll be an enclosed space with fires inside, and I won't need to worry about that. And we're good. Alright. It does make me kind of wonder, when you send your people and you go, I'm gonna build, I don't know, I don't know what the stone cutter building, whatever it's gonna be. The building that does the stone cutting. If I go and I put it next to a cave where bears spawn, do I have to worry about the bears murdering my people? Or is it just, you know, hand wavy, the bears can't hurt them? Okay, so we got our salt. All right. Let's deal with this real fast. Stone. Cool. Bring this with us for now, just in case we get jumped by wolves or bandits or something like that. And then we can go from there. Alright. As long as I have the torch out, I seem to be fine. That's a fox. Is like, what do we got there? Let's check real fast. Wild animals. Okay, so we do have bears over to the river on the left, but otherwise we should be good to go. So just don't go to the river on the left. Okay. So yeah, so the whole thing about this game is just continuously like building up your town, bringing in new people, all that kind of stuff. It does have your seasons and whatnot. I mean, I'll take the beer. The tin ore is nice, but for running around where I am, it's heavy. So I'd much rather deal with the tin ore by, like, you know, running down trying to deal with it wherever and that kind of thing. All right. I do also like that it does seem winter in this game, you can still see well enough I don't even have to worry about it. Like, I'm using the torch for heat, not for eyesight. Versus, like, during the spring when you don't have the snow on the ground for the high contrastness of it, then it's really hard to make out what's where a lot of times. There's my town. All right. And with this turned in, we'll have all of the message board stuff we could do at the moment. There's one about rot. I think I actually do have to build additional infrastructure to get the rot into fertilizer. So I might go back to where I live and deal with that. And then if I do manage to get some of that rot and all that, I could bring it over for fertilizer. I think they wanted 12 this time versus just the 5 they wanted last time.
How is life treating you?
I have salt to spare. Great, let's salt this salt away. And here's your payment.
Good luck.
Cool. But yeah, so at the beginning of every season, they'll put anywhere from, it looks like 3 to 5 notices on the board that you could then do those notices, and you get a bit of reputation and a bit of money. So it seems like it seems like there's a juggle between work on your town and then go to the notice boards and, you know, progress that. And I'm led to believe the number of people you can have living in your town is based on how high ranked you are, like what number of dynasty points or whatever you have. Effectively your town reputation. Okay. And we are now back home. Let's take a quick peek at our technology options. Well, I don't have my money on me. So hunting, we got... This is actually my first hunting skill. I have actually not hunted that much. So we get extra XP for hunting. Steadier aiming with ranged weapons. Less noise while sneaking. Cool. So let's go into our box and grab our money. And see what we could do technologies-wise. Oh, I should have sold the oat beer. We could deal with that later. Alright, so we go to technology. This is where we can unlock more things. So I can go here and say, I want a sitting stump. I want a low stick fence, yada yada. Wood shed. So you can do a simple lumber station. Yeah, so these all add aesthetic values. Oh, it's a type of furniture may serve as a small container. Yes, the vast majority of these are all just around... Let's see. Oh, it's... Literally, these are just better... Oh, there's more tiers. I didn't even realize it goes down this far. Okay. If we go all the way down here, we have bell post, we have a brazier, wood chairs. Gotcha. So we'll get better and better stuff as we go through there. Buildings. So houses. We're not there yet. We have the wood stand, excavation shed, well, herbalist's hut. Type of production building, workers employed here will provide various potion item gathered from foraging. This has an herbalist table inside. Okay, where am I putting this? So far we've been opening this up. I'm planning on putting like a bunch of farmland over here. Like you got a little plot here. We've got our storage back there. I want to put those directly behind. What I could do is go down this way. And put like another row of stuff. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do. Alright, so we're going to go here, go Herbalist's Hut.
I need more cloves or some fire.
Yeah, I'll do. So you need stones. And I'll get an herbalist hut up. I'm not going to be worrying too much about building up my population right now. As in, like, I'm not going to recruit people right now, because it feels like this is the season that food's going to be the most annoying. So my plan is to basically get the town as set up as possible. And then once you get that going, I'll work on, you know, filling in all the new jobs in the spring. I definitely feel like I really, really need to expand the farm as much as I possibly can for the spring. One, to have a huge amount of food rolling in. And then two, just, you know, have some surplus of crop for making fertilizer and all that. Oh, I should check to see if I have any rot. We did switch seasons and I haven't checked. Okay. Yeah, so just keep using materials to build more and more.
I'm freezing.
Alright, so I need a log. That's fine. Yeah, so we definitely don't have quite enough clothes to keep our temperature up, which is a problem. And I could just go and take my money, go to town, and solve it. But I really don't want to. I like money, and I don't want to really spend it. I just want to hoard it, and then, you know, pile it on my bed and sleep on it at night. And then begrudgingly give it up for taxes once in a while. Just because, FYI, the profession mechanics are a little strange. The only jobs where your workers need to physically get there each day is the farmers. The rest will work. If they just have a walk image, just make sure you have homes and fields assigned to farmers. Gotcha. That doesn't surprise me. Because it'd be, like, if it was they had to actually run over, grab a tree, bring it back, like, then you'd have to, like, really worry about how good your AI was. And unless that's something you're going to specialize in all that, that could be a whole pain point. And then also, developing AI takes forever. And is it actually that important to your game? Because there are games having a pretty AI is actually more than fine, versus there are definitely some games that the AI really does need to be spot on. And a game where I'm going to hack down a bunch of trees and kill some animals and then assign people to just do things, the AI probably only needs to be okay-ish, and that's adequate enough. Yep, no, I gotcha. And we will allow that because it is picking up the tool hoe as something else because automod doesn't get context. That is the proper thing. All right. Hey, so Adams, how's it going? I have a bunch of straw sitting here, right? I seem to be usually pretty on top of using all my straw. Drop all that off right now. How's the Dynasty? It's pretty good. Trying to wake up last night of work for the year? Nice.
I'm so cold.
It's fine. Being this cold builds character, and frostbite, and hypothermia. A little bit all the things you want. Are you warming up with the torch? Yes. While you're in ice water? No, it's not ice water. It's just really cold water. I mean, I need the reeds. I don't want to freeze to death. And just because game mechanics, torch is plus, you know, X amount of heat. Water is minus Y amount of heat. Alright. Either way, we'll keep complaining about the cold. We'll keep ping-ponging back and forth. I'm dirty. Look, don't judge. Alright. So we're definitely going to want to plant a lot if we get the chance. Oh, I was meaning to check the, once we get done building this place, I need to check the barn to see if any of that food we've left in there is rotted yet. Because if I have at least 12, that's the last thing we can do on the board. Alright, Herbalist Hut is done. So extraction building, we have straw, limestone, clay, and all that. And you're saying this doesn't need to be anywhere near where it's at. They'll just sort it out. To clarify. Because I would expect it to be needed. But, it's also a video game. So yep, as in it doesn't. Okay, cool. Yeah, that is a little bit of a bummer. Even though I don't want them to sit there and like have like the actual walking animation decide it, where there's like all the other things. You know, I wish it just like ran a calculation. It was like, okay, calculation. All right, you're on the other end of everything from the entire universe. Yeah, this building's gonna suck. But I guess it also, I mean, that makes to me sound that like it shouldn't even. Like your hunter generate meat even while they're sweeping? I was curious about them because I've never seen them wandering around out and about. Alright. So let's see. Do we have any rot in here? We do, and we have exactly 12, which I believe is the amount I need for the quest in town. Let's go do that real fast. We can turn in our last thing. So probably want to go after we get the farm figured out. Like we'll like put out the grid or whatever. And once we get that figured out, I'll start putting like seats along the houses or whatever to try build up the aesthetic of the town, since apparently that's needed to make them happy. You need 19 rot. Can I just, like, buy the difference? Because even if it doesn't give me much money, that'll,
Oh, it's you again.
No, you don't have it. I understand.
My
It would make-
wares, goodbye.
How are you?
It would be weird for someone to hold around, like, basically the equivalent of mold.
Best good. Have a nice day.
What? I have no idea what you're saying.
I don't feel my fingers.
I mean, I don't know what you heard, but I didn't even say anything remotely like that. What? I don't know what you misheard to be that. You're I think your brain filled in a lot of syllables that weren't there. Because I was going to turn to Quest in Town, which, if that's what came across, that's a considerable jump.
Do what they say.
Thicker than a bowl of oatmeal. Alright, so let's go down here. Hey, Sharon, let's not do that. I get you're joking, but that definitely gets a little bit far. Like, it does seem like, for example, Soul Adams is fine with it, but it's one of those things you could really easily cross a line with someone on that one. Alright. So this is all unfertilized and all that. Trying to remember how you delete a building.
What would you all do without me, you thirsty bastards?
Okay. Oh, right. Yeah. Thank you. Hammer to tear down building. All right. We're just putting down some roads. All right. Okay, so buildings, farming, we will build a field. I wish there was a way to rotate. I realize this is probably just where the grid is, but I wish I could change the grid. And I get that's just not how this works. But it almost feels like if you want to put up like a nice farm setup, you have to you need to go and figure out, like, basically set this up. All right, we can go to buildings, farming, orchard. Yeah, to get everything aligned, you have to pace fields first. Yep. All right, it's time to do a lot of work. The animation or just hoeing in the frozen dirt? All right. Yeah, both. I do know your back would absolutely be killing you by the time you're done. Like, I'm not trying to grow everything, I'm just trying to get this started. And we'll need the farmhouse, because I believe the farmhouse is what lets... You know, here's a question. I'm willing to bet... So, I don't know if this counts as even built yet. Let's check. Do you count as a field yet on my management screen? You do. Alright, in that case, we've got you, which is the excavation shed. And let's go buildings, farming. So we have the farm shed and the barn. We already have a barn. So let's build the farm shed. Because then I might be able to assign people. Do you have the poop to throw in the bag to throw in the field? No. but I'm going to do this anyways. Because the game doesn't tell you how to do literally anything. So I'm going to play like a normal player would, which is you just start doing stuff and getting it all wrong and completely ruining your run. Oh, that's actually terrible positioning. Because if a game's not going to teach you anything about how to play, I'm going to play it authentically. Because that's the best way you can, like, show other players, like, this is what this experience is going to be like, unless you spend hours looking up guides on how to do everything about the game. And I have a very, very, very strong opinion about games that, to learn the game, the first thing you have to do is close the game. That, to me, that is really, really poor game design. So, we're going to basically see how successful I can be just playing it. Now, granted, I do have chat helping me, which makes it a little unusual. And I may need... probably should be like, hey, don't give me as much information kind of thing. I haven't really said that. Like, it hasn't been bothering me too much. The villager's dialogue teaches you. I mean, but the thing is, like, half the dialogue, they just repeat random nonsense. And so the game has taught me to not talk to the villagers. Because they say a bunch of garbage that isn't very interesting or means very much to me. Like, that's one thing. If you're going to teach me through game dialogue, you gotta make sure, like, your dialogue is actually good, on point, and all that. If you have a bunch of, like, silly fluff dialogue, it teaches me that the dialogue isn't worth my time. And so I stop listening. Yeah, normally I'll actually sit there and be like, hey, let me get it wrong. I've been pretty lax about it with this one. I don't know really why. It's not even that, like, when we play a game that just doesn't explain itself kind of thing. We've had plenty of those. Yeah, normally I'm pretty, you know, hey, don't backseat kind of thing. Because part of it is I do want to represent games authentically, like, hey, if you pick up this game, this is what your experience is going to be like. You know, just as an idea. And there are games that once you learn them are a lot of fun, but, like, they do a really awful job at everything about how you learn it. Alright, so I need the straw. Yeah, nuts, you just do stuff like watch the backseating, no backseating tags, that. They had people get upset by discussing that things happened 15 minutes back and what they could have done differently. And others that just don't want you to play the game through them. That's that. Yeah, well, I mean, it is always one of those things that, like, I honestly, if, like, being entirely genuine, if I was playing a game and I set something up and then, you know, people were like, hey, you could have done that better by doing X, Y, Z, I think that would honestly get pretty old pretty fast. Unless, like, I'm like, hey, how could I, like, I feel like that didn't go well, how could I have done it? Like, obviously, if I prompt it, that's different. But, if it is one of those things, they're like, hey, streamer, did you know if you set up the area like X, Y, Z, it would work so much better? I do feel like that would probably get pretty tiresome pretty quickly. Crops management. You can quickly preview your field stage of cultivation on the crops management pages. It's also the place where your workers get instructions about the distinct kinds of plants that will be sown. Cool. Hindsight is always 20/20. Yeah. Well, like, that's the thing. When a player does something and it doesn't go as well as they thought it would, and they go, hey, that could have gone better, and they start sitting there going, I think maybe it would have been better if I did X, Y, Z. That's usually one of those things to, like, not necessarily chime in, unless you've got a really good feel for the situation that's like, ah, okay, they're cool with me chiming in. Oh, you were discussing with someone in chat? Ah, that's a tricky one. And the reason that's a tricky one is I can see people who really want to backseat, like really want to backseat, using that as a way to try and backseat, but, you know, go I'm not saying that's what you were doing, but I could see why people get upset. Like, also, if I'm trying to learn the game and you and someone else in chat are discussing a meta strategy and all that kind of stuff, I, by being present in my own stream, am also being taught that thing. So while you're not technically backseating me, I'm still being given the information I don't want. It's kind of like if I said, hey, don't spoil me on this, and then you started having a discussion with someone else about the thing I asked you not to spoil. It's in that realm. I'm not saying that's what you were doing or anything like that. It's like, okay, I can see how they got there. I'm also not sure if I should put the seeds in this building or in the farming shed. I guess we'd probably go to the management screen. We have that. And just check the tasks. It doesn't have tasks. My assumption is... Okay. So I put the tool and the bag in there, so I'm assuming I would want the seeds over there. So let's grab the seeds and put them over here.
Like an idiot. And
Discord says, I probably said a bit more than I usually would. Always try not to backseat. There's a couple of things in this that are unintuitive, but could screw up your game. Yeah, there's like that is always a mix. On a, like it is hard to navigate sometimes. That's the reasons why when someone's backseating usually a little bit, I'll be like, hey, could you not? Like I'll kind of sit there and be like, hey, you're giving me more than I want, that kind of thing. And it's only if they sit there and they keep doing it, that, you're finally like, hey, look, you have to stop, or or else kind of thing. But usually I'll give people like, I'll be like, hey, I don't want that much information. Because I also get that people, like, where the line in the sand is on the backseating thing varies person to person. So I do understand that, especially if they're new to the channel, they may not, they might misjudge where that boundary is kind of thing. Yeah. Well, I mean, it also depends, Soul, like, on how far it goes. Like, if it's something like, oh, it's like, oh yeah, like, there's a better way to deal with that later, or, don't worry about it. That's not as bad. But if you're like, oh, you shouldn't use that tool, you should use this other one, then it's probably, like, it's one of those ones that the first time someone does it, probably not a big deal. But it's pretty easy where it can very quickly go, it's the 8th or 9th person they've had to say, hey, please don't backseat, that people's patience run out. The only time I've had where, like, the backseating, I was, like, ready to, like, just be like, yeah, I'm just gonna end the stream and play on my own. The only time that was we had one stream in Subnautica. That, like, I was getting a lot of backseating I didn't want in Subnautica because it was spoiling stuff in the game because of my first time playing. That I finally did have to, like, stop and be like, hey, I need you to all sit on your hands. It's like, I didn't know there was a lava area. Now I do. I didn't know there was this, like, whatever fish. Now I do. It's like, you really are just spoiling the whole game for me. And it's people were just excited. No one meant bad by it. They were all, excited to see me play it. They wanted to see how it went. And just kept giving me too much information. Now, once I did that, it all calmed down, and I don't think I had to say anything to anyone after that. Like, for multiple streams. But it was just kind of a thing where it's like, you're in that case, like, you're actively making me not have fun with this game. Because these are all things that are supposed to be, things I find and discover and is interesting. Especially, Subnautica was particularly vulnerable for that too, because the game is about exploration. Like, discovering things is the game. Let me go ahead and do that. Yeah, no, but I would say is a bit more than calm down. Like it was like pausing it, being like, "Hey, you are ruining this game for me." So no, I did tell I wanted to like shut the up kind of thing. And don't get me wrong, like for all we know, the person had just had that conversation like I was talking about, and then you popped in and started talking. So not that you brought it on yourself, you just caught them at a bad time kind of thing. That does happen. Like there are times, like there's been times that, you know, I'll basically get to the point where I was like, hey, I'm really tired of the cannibalism jokes with Rimworld. That like, it's the 18th time in one stream, like, you're making me not want to play the game because I'm tired of dealing with this. Because I don't mind, like, the occasional joke about the cannibalism thing, but it's just one of those things that the joke gets overplayed. They're just like, look, I'm ready for this to not be what we're doing today. And I could see someone having that conversation and just the bad timing of they've already had the talk with their chat. And you hop in afterwards, and you've caught them when they're already... Their buttons have already been pushed. And that happens. Now, I'm not saying it's like, oh, well, you should, you know, go back if you didn't have a good time and yada yada. Obviously, if you had a bad time, whatever. But yeah. Right, like the whole thing, like, this is fine, like the one or two jokes here. It's when you do a Rimworld stream and it's just like 3 or 4 hours of just one cannibalism thing after the other. Like, look, come on. It's like, come on, man. Give me a break. Which that happens with like literally any kind of joke. That if there's like one joke that just keeps going and going and going, you're eventually like, all right, can we move on? It'd be like if you had, you know, you're playing a game and someone is doing like Santa puns or something like that. And you're 4 or 5 hours into the stream, you heard several dozen of them. You're like, look, I'm really ready for different puns. We can keep punning, but like, the material has run dry. Especially since it's usually the same exact jokes again and again and again. Like, that is one thing that actually does happen with Rimworld. You do get the exact same jokes day in and day out. And it happens in Project Sound. It's probably true of almost any game. If we're being fair, it probably is true of pretty much any game. It's just the games I play the most, the ones I'm the most familiar. That probably also lends to the whole, excuse me. Ma'am? 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 You cough into your elbow. You're gonna touch things with those hands, ma'am, and then those germs are gonna be on the door. I know germ theory isn't a thing yet in medieval times, but that's gross. Now I'm gonna go drink water directly from the river that we almost certainly have been, you know... Oh, that's right, I didn't need a drink, I need to go for a swim. That we almost certainly have all been, you know, leaving Waston. Yeah, the issue is most games lead to a limited selection of puns, so they're bound to be repeats. Yeah, no, and that's the thing. Like, hearing jokes you've already heard before isn't necessarily that bad. It's kind of one of those, like, it gets to the point of being too much. That, like, in the course of one stream, that it's just like, okay. It's like, we've already heard the joke for the 50th time this stream. Now everyone has the poop hole, you bathe in the river. I haven't made a poop hole. And considering I do everything. Let's see, something you caught in your hand, but I washed it immediately. Normally see, well, yeah, no, it's like, it happens where just like, you know, you're going to sneeze, you don't quite get where you need to be because it just catches you off guard. Where like, she's just standing there like, I mean, obviously it's a video game. And there are people who do it. And it's just one of those things, they'd be like, hey, you know, actually, it's much better if you do this other thing. Yeah. We've got the excavation shed. Let me guess. Stone pickaxe, stone pickaxe. Probably shovel as well, honestly. Because it mentioned clay. And I've got another house. That's 3 more places. Actually, probably need like 5 more people. 1 for each field, and then those 3. It gets a bit pitiful. I'll see myself out. I've heard worse. I've heard so much worse. That's barely a blip on the radar. Not even that bad. Alright, so one thing we're doing is we're going to the management of the Hunter's Lodge. Because, my God, please, you need to be making a lot less feather. So feather, we're going to put that crap at like 2%. Fur, let's cut that down to like 10%. Leather, 10%. Dried meat, all the rest of that time. Here, we'll make it 5. That way it's a round number. And we'll revisit that later. And the rest of these mostly don't have people assigned to them. Oh man, so I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, 6 for the farms. I still think I don't want to recruit people in the winter because of the scarcity of stuff. Meanwhile, I've got a bunch of money on me, and we keep putting this off. So we have a bunch of things we can buy. So these are things that we can make them craft for us. We have a bunch of potions. You can make flour and hay piles. A type of furniture provides aesthetic values. Scarecrow, aesthetic values. I don't know what it's a thing for keeping birds in it. Aesthetic can be sold for profit. Okay, and you need sticks for that. Interesting. And wooden cups can be sold for profit. Look, man. You had me at profit. Wooden spoons. Wooden... Okay, so you're going to be needed. Porridge. Gruel. All of those are going to be wonderful. Alright, so we've got... We'll make wicker baskets. And wooden cups. We'll add porridge. You know what? Take my money. I don't want it anymore. It's heavy. It hurts. It'll stop there because it's burnt about 1,200. Oh, you know what? I should have actually gone out of my way to look for something that used feathers. Okay. Do I seriously have all this in here too? How do I keep finding piles of junk I've got everywhere? I also have mushrooms in here? Come on, man. And dandelions and flour. We'll worry about that later. I'll go in the kitchen. Put all plants in there. Okay, drop the log. Oh, we're about to make some stuff out of sticks, chat. So wicker baskets. Hang on, I'll just be a minute. Don't worry about it. So how's your night going? As we casually turn out 103 wicker baskets. Because I have been sitting here getting completely overwhelmed with sheer number of sticks I've been getting in a surplus. I understand the idea is I would hire a person, well, recruit a person, not hire them. I don't pay them. To sit here and do this for me. But hear me out. I've got a giant supply of sticks that I want to get rid of. I also like money. And these are two things I can solve. And I don't really have my food sorted yet because it's winter. So I'm kind of low-key hoping that I can make these. And that what'll end up happening is when everyone wakes up tomorrow in-game, I could sell a giant mountain of these. Turn around, use that to buy a bunch of seeds for the orchard so that I can have, you know, both people farming both fields when the spring comes by, because I've already got the cabbage. So we've already got that for the spring. We can get some crops for the orchard as well. Psst, yo buddy. You want a basket? Such a wicker plan. I was trying to come up with something with whittle. Even though you don't whittle to make a wicker basket, you weave. Our character very clearly in the game is whittling. But, you know, whatever. Who's really keeping count in all this? I'm also trying to see if their weight drops or like changes at all. You wait a whittle wicker basket. Stick to it and you'll be rich. I mean, honestly, I have no idea what the sell price of this. I assume it's got to be considerably better than selling a stick. Just the thought of like going back, like, cause you know, video game logic. So video game logic, that you go to town, that you walk up to like the person who's selling, you know, they're selling clothes, or they're selling fruit, or they're selling like farming equipment, and you're just like, I have a bunch of sticks. How much will you pay for these? To which the person response should be, not much, in fact, please don't leave these here. I will ask the guards to have you removed. But video game logic is like, I will give you 1 gold for every 5 sticks. The many games are like, this is literal trash. I will buy it for a coin. But why? Why are you buying the literal trash for a coin? I'm not judging. I'm just confused. Raw input. But yeah, like, we're assuming the merchant isn't a craftsman or whatever. They're a merchant. They have other people who do the trade for them. Because that would imply they have to figure out who the heck they're going to sell your multiple bushels of twigs to. Unless they just have someone on retainer who's like, no man, you don't understand. I need twigs. I need lots of twigs. I make these cute little dolls. I put like a little straw outfit on them. They made wicker stuff. They don't have to go out to gather stuff. They pay someone else to do it. Yeah, but that's a difference. That'd be the difference of me going to, like, the local weaver and selling them the reeds or whatever. They'd be like, cool, yeah, I'll give you this much because you're saving me hours of my day. But if I'm just going to, like, the random merchant who kind of, like, the general store kind of thing, and I'm selling them sticks, like, this game lets you sell to anyone, and I'm not asking that they change this. This is just video game world logic versus real world logic. That you can just go up to, like, the local jeweler, and you're like, here's a pile of sticks. What will you give me? And you're like, okay, fine, yeah, I'll take those. One coin each. I'll take those. The general store that knows where the weaver lives? I mean, fair. Maybe maybe the general store is the source for the reeds for the weaver. The general store was like, huh, looks like you got a new supplier. Cool. Invisible monkey. I'm gonna go down to Subway and sell them a bunch of tomatoes I have in my trousers. Hey, to be fair, if you did that, they're probably fresher than the tomatoes at Subway. Because that crap was baggied up in California and shipped on over. That's already several days to weeks old by the time it gets to the front. And I'm not talking like if they slice in advance. I don't even know how they do that part. But it is, like, that's one of the things I find so amusing. Is someone, like, buy a vegetable off the shelf at, like, the local grocery store, and then they'll bring it home and, like, oh, no, we can't use that. That's, like, a day or two old. It's like, I hate to be the bearer of bad news. That's, like, a 3-week-old carrot. That crap was picked 3 weeks ago. It was busheled up. It was put in a crate. And, yes, it was a refrigerated crate. They put it on a truck. They shipped it all the way across the country to this location, which then went to a distribution center to go out to your local store, who then had to unpack it from the truck, and then had to put it in their warehouse to then bring out to the floor, to then stock it on the shelves, and then you bought it. I can assure you that last day didn't matter. Or the people who like, oh no, I won't buy frozen fish. I'm like, do you know what they do when they fish tuna out of the ocean? They freeze it. Before it leaves the boat, they freeze it. It's a really cold freeze, but they freeze it. Because if they didn't do it, you'd get some rank fish. Let's see. I think the villagers and small towns would rather have a designated trader to interact with the caravans getting bothered every other day by another set of merchants. That's probably fair. My good mate says, I think we should treat food as what it is. A nutritional value barely changes, in fact, and is even better frozen than bought fresh anyways. Most of the time, yes. There is a certain thing about like freezing and unfreezing and freezing and unfreezing that can ruin food, but like if you freeze it and then just you take it to the place and then you unfreeze it, that's fine. It's only when you do the back and forth a bunch of times that, you know, the texture gets all messed up and all that. I don't think that really affects the nutritional value so much as it makes it unpleasant. Because there's definitely... Also, deep freeze and freezing are different? Correct. Correct, there's a very significant difference. But the whole thing is they deep freeze it, and then they take it to the local grocery store and it goes on your shelf. It hasn't meaningfully changed it that much. It's only, again, if you do the thing where you deep freeze it, you take it to the store, they put it on their shelf, and then you freeze it again. Like, basically, like, if you take it from the deep freeze to, you know, you go to your grocery store, they have, like, the one on display that's in, like, the cooler that's not frozen anymore. Like, sure, yeah, if you go home and you freeze that up again, and then you unfreeze it again, the texture will get a little messed up. It's been frozen 2 or 3 times now.
Fingers.
Alright. So we've got that. Did we get like 2 or 3 points? Nah, just 1. So we work faster, What are the top ones? Less stamina consumption during building. Faster building, stacks... I don't really care about any of those things. This entire tree kinda sucks. Like, you got faster crafting speed, maybe that becomes important later. These, I feel like, isn't that big a deal. The increased experience, like, if everything's increased experience, it's like, whatever. Okay. And you store stuff in nitrogen, so it won't rot. Some of that fresh produce you're eating is a year old. Yep. Used to do fungicide analytics. And one of the most disturbing parts for customers is the hate they put on the farmers, when in fact the retailers demand constant change and application of chemicals as well, as a natural adaptation process to the environment? Yeah. Well, a lot of the stores and all that, and shipping and all that, are where you really want the preservatives involved. The farmers, like, that's more stuff, then maybe it makes them more money, but that's just more stuff they have to deal with. I guess I'll just do the hammer last longer. Like, that's just more process that they have to put up with. Or, you know, different process, and, you know, they'll, whatever chemicals get switched to, now they have to suddenly restock their chemicals and all that because they have the wrong ones and yada yada yada. And a lot of those changes are actually for the good. I know people are like, oh god, preservatives. And you're like, look man, that one's salt. That word there, that's a fancy name for salt. It's just a specific salt. Are there bad preservatives? Yes.
There's a real nip in the air.
They're absolutely terrible things. But the big problem you run into with food is there isn't like most of the time there's not actually shortages of food. There's a shortage of logistics. You know, the farm has a giant pile of food at it. What they don't have is a way to get that food where it's needed. That's the reasons why I hate, like, they'll do the whole, it's like every year they'll do like the news story. It's like, oh my god, look at the farmers throwing away all this produce that could feed people. And it's like, well yeah, they don't have someone to take it places. And then there's the whole, well right, but businesses, the businesses are all around money, and not even like the farmers either. The businesses like in the middle, like everyone involved, logistics and all that, all want to make their money. If they can't sell it, they don't want to deal with it. So there are if you go to areas like farming is like regular, a lot of them will have festivals that they will give out food practically free, if not free, around the harvest time, like in their local areas. They're like these big ridiculous festivals where the food costs like nothing, and there's music, and they're having a party, because all that food's gonna rot. And it's all supporting their local community.
Why living in Piastovia is supposed to make you better than anyone else. Why do they need
Yeah, logics as well as market demand for pretty food. When everyone wants organic, natural food at the same time wants it to be picture perfect. Yeah. No, there's actually been a movement lately for a lot of places having ugly food. It's like its own, not brand, like marketing kind of thing. So it's like all the tomatoes that are like weirdly shaped or have like the scars on them and all that. But they sell them like really on the cheap. I've noticed I've been doing a lot more of that because those are all fine. It's just it's a tomato that doesn't look good. What time is it in game? I was hoping that would take long. Ah, it's so. I was hoping that would take long enough that I could just go over here and sell stuff. As natural as it gets. Yep, well, and some of that stuff ends up tasting better because there's a lot of produce because they're trying to get it to the market as fast as possible, that it gets pulled early and everything. But they can't make but then they can't make baby carrots out of them. There's lots of stuff like that. Like, I've talked about this before here. We're gonna sit on the bench. There we go. That's right. We are late night at the tavern. But, like when you go to, for example, you go to get oranges to just like eat an orange. You get those oranges from California. They're little like bright orange. They're really, really vibrant oranges. Those ones you get from California. But, you know, Florida produces the most oranges. But you go, wait a second. Then what's this Florida oranges? Florida oranges are like these big yellow oranges. They usually are like all scarred up looking. Like they look really kind of terrible on the outside. But they're used for like orange juice, anything orange flavored. They're good. They're delicious. They look terrible. They're straight up. They look like someone just threw it at the dirt and kicked it around a whole bunch. But, you know, like if you're drinking orange juice, you're drinking Florida oranges. That's where it comes from. Because they taste better than California oranges. They just look terrible. That's subjective. But that kind of stuff happens. Or it's even the same thing happens with pineapple. When you grow pineapple, you get your first pineapple on a pineapple plant. It's usually like the biggest, nicest looking one. So they sell that one on the shelf. Then you get your second pineapple one. The second pineapple, not as good looking. They'll usually do like the pineapple slices or whatever that you get with that one. And then the last pineapple looks kind of like crap. And this is very generalizations. So they take that pineapple, and that's usually where you get like pineapple juice, pineapple whatever, you're cooking with pineapple like that. Those are pineapples that you can and all that. And then usually after that you rip up the plant because they usually don't produce after 3 pineapples. Sometimes they will, but that's, you normally rotate them out. You have a lot of tomatoes around here, but they're awful because they're meaty tomatoes to make ketchup. Yep. That's the primary ones they grow in California. They do other varieties, but that's primary ones there. Florida, we do also have tomato ones. Those tend to be more of like the tomatoes that you see like on the shelf. I couldn't tell you what kind, like what varieties they are. Basically an orange that looks like it's 20 years of prison, never missed gym sessions, or yeah. The most important thing about pineapple is if you want to burning outside, just eat them at normal temperature, not cold, not hot, otherwise it's processed. Yeah. Nah, for those I grow well, actually I don't have a pineapple plant right now, but I've grown pineapple in the past. If you live in a climate that can handle pineapple, which is most of like the southern edge of the US, and Florida and all that, they're really easy to grow. You just take a pineapple, you hack, so like here's like the green bushy part, there's like where the fruit is, you hack just about 2 centimeters, like 1.5 centimeters, or you know, about 1/2 inch from like right below that green spot. You just cut that, you put in the dirt, you put a little dirt on it, and you just never touch it again. You come back a year later, you get your pineapple. No fertilizer, no messing with pH. They're like actually pretty tolerant of just about everything. Water it, eh. I mean, if you live in the desert, maybe, but eh. It is really a plant that you can be pretty lazy with. Oh my god, please, open. I would run back, but I'm carrying so many wicker baskets. Have you ever had honey bell oranges? Not that I'm aware of. Citrus is a lot like peppers and like tomatoes, where there's a bajillion different varieties of it that all have their own names. My character is not the most dapper fellow. Even for medieval times, I am not the most dapper fellow. Rocket is not quite long pants. They're super orange and really juicy. Gotcha. But, yeah. And our big, thick, heavy leather gloves that we may have liberated from someone else. Don't worry about it, chat. We were cold. It was justified. Look, I'm literally gradually starving. Waiting for you to open your businesses. You know, I bet you this was kind of a thing that actually happened. That you would have, like, the person come from out of town to, like, visit the market. And just, you know, they arrive really early and just have to, like, sit around and wait. You can't get them in the local farmers market. You have to go to farmers markets? Yeah, that makes sense. How did you not freeze in winter? I mean, it's still actively winter right now. My strategy for not freezing. Here's how I not freeze. Once I get up and away from this. When it starts saying I'm cold, I go like this. And then when I'm not cold anymore, I go like that. That's how I don't freeze. The power of torch. Yep, the magic of 5. Oh my god, please wake up. Excuse me. I need to go shopping. Could you two get up, please? Just walks in her house. It's time for you to open. Hey, you put out all the fires. Hey, look, the lights all turned off, so it's daytime now. I need you to come out here. I have to sell you a lot of wicker baskets. Like a lot of wicker baskets. I don't think you understand. This town's primary income just became wicker baskets. I didn't want to do it, Bird, but they didn't open.
There's
So I had-
a real nip in the air.
So I had to do something to entertain myself. Yes, myself's plural. Did I already break that knife again? Man, stone knives are really terrible. I'm seeing multiple exclamation points. I'm guessing one of the things I need to do is I need to go to the other towns and actually bother the people there. I probably should also be dialoguing with the people more, but I really don't want to. I don't want to learn all these people's names and what their backgrounds is because I just genuinely don't care. It's a survival game. I don't care about the story. Maybe that's not what the devs want to hear. But I like a good story-driven game. But you know. Do you have forgery yet? Not yet. I'm getting close. What I need though is these people to wake up. I'm literally going to just starve to death out here. Waiting for these people to open up. What time is it? Oh my god, please. Please. You took away the fire I was using to keep warm at night. Here, look, I'm standing inside your fabric and wood structure with a burning torch really close to your rafters. Get out here. I'm not saying it's arson. I'm telling you to come back out here and do biz with me because I'm just acting in an unsafe manner and need to be supervised. You don't have to care about the story to do the quest. Just going through the motions. Yeah, no, the thing is, if I know who to talk to, I'll be like, yeah, let me go talk to the person. But if it's one of those games where it's just like, you need to talk to everyone and find out who needs help, it's like, nah, man, I don't want to do that. Give me a big ol' exclamation mark.
I don't want to.
Did you just, like, sink through the floor up here? You're not one of the merchants. Fine, I'll talk to you.
How you doing? Bye.
I'm so cold.
I was down to talk to her until she's like, how you doing? And it's like, no, I'm not ready for that. It's too early in the morning. Can't you just steal stuff I need? I don't need stuff. I need to sell stuff. I'm sitting here with like 100 and something wicker baskets in my pocket to try and make my money, but they're not here to sell to. Are you the merchant? Are you the merchant? You're a merchant. You'll buy my baskets. I know you work in jewelry, but I don't care. A lot better now that you're here. You better be worth a lot baskets. Where are my wicker baskets? You're worth 1.5?
Whatever you need, so long.
Is there like a different merchant that it's worth more for? Because I'm pretty upset about the idea about it being 1.5. It's still $100 something, but
Wants to see my take care.
How can I help you?
I guess they're just 1.5. I mean, it's fine. That's actually not terrible. It's still gonna be like 150.
Best good, have a good day.
Not gonna lie, I'm disappointed. I was hoping to get like a good like 300 or so out of it. But you know, here we are. You're all lucky I have to run home because I'm actively getting to the point of starvation. But I'll be back. And I'll complain about it more later. Oh, right. I needed to buy seeds. Hold, please. I'm coming back. I needed to buy seeds for my orchard.
I have a feeling that even I would make a better king.
Oh. I thought you were about to say a better leader of your place. Because I'm not a king. I'm not even like a duke. I'm like the local builder that they're like, hey, you're going to go build a settlement. It's like, oh, I guess I'm building a settlement now.
We're better. How can I help you?
Alright, I need seeds for my orchard. Okay. Your price is highway robbery. And regular robbery, too.
Only the best. Good luck.
I didn't bring enough money with me. Yeah, I don't think you're a Baron. No, I'm just like... Like, I'm whatever title I want to give myself. It's just not recognized by anyone. I mean, if anything, I'm the local errand boy because they put up notices and I do all the work.
Old.
Well, I'm definitely not a count. That said, honestly, if we're just like a random individual, that's a pretty impressive town for one person to have built. By themselves. And I will say by themselves, because even though I have other town folk, I have literally done all of the building myself. The logistics around where things are built I have planned. Pretty much all of the different tasks in town I have done, though I have now deferred some of those tasks to others. I think this actually not look too bad. We got room for more businesses over here. We'll put some more... We'll build, like... Probably expand the houses over that way on the hilly part where we can't build other stuff. What the heck was I coming back? Oh, the seeds for the orchard. And we'll cook this meat. What else do we need? That's furniture and decorations. Shh. It's all okay. Just don't go to sleep. So we have the workshop and we have the kitchen. All right. So 8 logs. So with people telling me that it doesn't actually matter that I put the logging camp way off over there, it makes me want to tear down the logging camp and bring it all the way back over here. That travel time isn't actually a thing. Because if I want to get firewood and everything from it, I gotta hike. I mean, I guess actually now I have storage buildings, so in theory they should just bring it here. Alright. So let's make the kitchen.
I should better warm myself up.
How's the game feel? It's good. I enjoy it. It's definitely so if you're looking for a game where things happen quickly, it's not gonna be the game for you. If you're looking for a game that has some like huge overarching quest story kind of thing, I mean there might be a story, but if there is, I've not felt engaged by it at all. But I mean that's not why I would play a game like this in the first place. I don't really care. But it is kind of cool to just like build a settlement, do all that kind of stuff. It's kind of like if Valheim, they just ignored the whole like dragons thing and all that kind of nonsense and just really leaned into making it so when you built your places there's just a lot more to it. But it is those things that, you know, you do slowly build and expand and up-tech your town and whatnot. They did add co-op very recently. That's kind of the new big change. I haven't played it co-op yet, so I have no real anything you could say about it. The people I know who have played it speak very highly of it, but, you know, that's secondhand. But it is always games that you gather resources, you make your next building, you bring a new person in, so you get to see a little bit of progress. And to me, that's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun when you go into a game, you have a map, and you can very, very clearly see that you have been, like, making progress in the world, changing the world, that kind of thing. Yeah, no, it's got different difficulties. We're on the default, whatever that is on the spectrum. It is a game that has survival mechanics, so you do have to, like, eat and all that. I haven't found them to be too, like, you know, some games the survival mechanics are, like, so needy that the game gets very aggravating to engage with. I haven't felt that at all with this one. Like, you can go quite a while before you have to start worrying about hunger and thirst, and managing them seems to be pretty easy if you really put, like, any kind of effort into it at all. Which is nice. Because it can absolutely definitely be a thing that you'll play a game that, you know, you're just constantly having to babysit stuff. Did you miss Farming Simulator? No, we chose to play this today. I'll probably do Farming Simulator tomorrow. I do play a variety of games, so I'm trying not play just one game back to back to back. So I'll probably have Farming Simulator back here tomorrow. Today we played RimWorld, and then this tomorrow. I don't know what I'll start with tomorrow. Ooh, I really don't know what to start. I'll either start with this tomorrow or RimWorld. And then I'll probably do Farming Simulator after that is what I'm thinking I'll do. Because I do know I want to start with the game I think people will absolutely tune in for tomorrow at the beginning of stream, like really be excited for, but not necessarily really excited, that people be particularly interested in checking out. If for no other reason, then take that. If no other reason that we have the big super secret announcement thing they've been alluding to will be pretty close to the beginning of the stream. Would you let me? You are a pretty annoying lady. Because first she's like, don't worry, if you just have a little bit of courage, you'll find a wife. It's like, that's none of your business. Is it? Igyelda or whatever your name is. I'm not going to worry about getting it right. Mind your business. Oh, it's here for straw. That's right. We got checked out. You checked out Necess? Yeah, no, I checked out Necess. I think that was it was gifted to me. I believe it was Cookie gifted it to me. I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure it was Cookie gifted it to me. And we played a stream of that on the channel, 2 streams, something like that. I had a good time with. I do know they had another pretty significant update recently. I haven't gone back and checked it out since then. All right, so I need a log and a stick. Yeah, no, for games we played on the channel, I haven't checked all of them, but for like the slice of life stuff, Coral Island, Sunhaven, and Roots of Pacha are all on sale. I think they're all like 20. I think one was 20, one was 30, the other was like 40%. I don't know which ones are which. And all of those, if you're into like the Stardew Valley-esque games, those are definitely all ones to check out. Of them, I would say personally, Coral Island's my favorite. That said, all three of them are really solid. I will say, for me personally, Sunhaven's art aesthetic, mostly just the characters, was not my favorite, but the game was absolutely excellent. So it is one of those things that the art aesthetic, if that's those things you look at the game and you go, I don't know. I was the same way, that I actually didn't pick it up for a long while, just because the art aesthetic was really off-putting to me. But, you know, once I played it a bit and you realized how good the game was, you're like, okay, I can look past this art aesthetic. And honestly, once you put the helmets on and everything, it's not as like going, what made Coral Island among your favorites? So Coral Island's quality of life stuff is some of the best in the industry, in my opinion. So like you've got all those. I'm sorry, I'm trying to multitask. So you got stuff like, if you remember when you play like Stardew Valley at first, and you have to like kind of memorize where everyone goes when you're trying to go for the achievements, because trying to befriend everyone ends up being kind of a huge pain in the butt. Well, with Coral Island, right from the very beginning of the release, you could just kind of go and you pull up the map, it'd be like, here's where everyone is. You put your mouse over like, or you select the building or whatever, like over the general store. It says, okay, the general store is open from this day to this day, from these hours to these hours. So you got like all that kind of stuff. When it comes to gifting stuff to people, once I've given an item to a person once, I can go back and it'll have like a note on their information that I can be like, hey, this person likes this. So there's no like question about it. So I've got all like those things. They give you fast travel super duper early in the game, but you do have to unlock it. Don't they do that with Stardew? So originally they did not. That was added way, way, way later. And for the record, I still feel like Stardew Valley is, you know, there's every genre has, this is the game you're trying to be better than in the genre. And if you achieve that, that's amazing. And Stardew Valley is that benchmark for me, to be clear. I still think Stardew Valley is like kind of the big game in that genre. But I definitely feel, what am I? Oh, I'm missing the front of the building. I see. But they've got all that. It does borrow heavily from a lot of the other games in the genre, which is not unusual. So it's got a lot of stuff that's very clearly inspired by Stardew Valley. It's got a lot of stuff that's very clearly inspired by Animal Crossing. It's got a lot of stuff that's very clearly inspired by like Harvest Moon and all those. But I don't think that's a bad thing. They've got tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of accessibility settings. Like they the same font I use on stream to help promote, you know, awareness for things like dyslexia and all that. They actually have that same, I don't know if it's open dyslexia or dyslexia, because those are two fonts that, you know, are designed for people with dyslexia, that you can choose to use that font. They do have a very good looking kind of, sort of bubbly looking font that really fits the aesthetic of the game, but they do also have, other ones as well. Okay, so what the heck does that building need to operate? Kitchen. You need everything. Meat, fish, cabbage. I'm noticing almost all these are meat and eggs and stuff. Berries and oak grain. So we have a lot of stuff. It looks though like bucket of water is a very common one. Flour was another. Okay. So I actually think I have flour in my house I haven't had anything to do with. They also have an entire separate game loop that isn't featured in any of these other games. There's the story of Coral Island is that it's this little tourist community that what ends up happening is a neighboring island has an oil spill. And so the island's fallen on hard times because this little tourist island, the oil spill showed up on their shores and completely obliterated their entire, the medieval diet had fiber issues. Yeah. But, you know, it kind of obliterated the entire tourism industry for them. Things got desperate, so they sold all the stuff from their museum just to make ends meet. And so it's a town that you look at, it looks, you know, it's this tropical paradise that very clearly is made out of heckin' money. But, you know, they've fallen on hard times. And then, you know, protagonist shows up and you fix everything because that's what protagonist does. That's just every single game in that genre. Protagonist shows up and fixes everything. But, part of it is the oil spill, and the way you clear that up is there's things I will not spoil in the water that you use to gradually fight back the oil spill. So you've got that going on. But the entire diving in the ocean, cleaning up the trash, working on the oil spill, that's unique to Coral Island. No other game has that. My guess would be sponges? No, but I mean, to be clear, it's magic hand waviness. But, you know, it is the thing that does engage with something aquatic, but we won't spoil that. Like, it's not a super big secret. Like, the way they fix it would not work in the real world. Okay, so we've got another business open. Well, not open. I have constructed another business that has no one to work it yet. It's perfect, just the way it is. We built all those. I don't have any of that. We've got those built. We can make a market stall. A type of service building worker employees will sell the chosen items to provide coins. Can only sell items of one kind at a time. That's a weird way to work. Builder's hut. A type of service workers and here will repair chosen buildings. I have to repair my buildings? And then we have storage. I have both the food and that, which these are just direct upgrade kind of buildings. Okay. So it's Aquaman, the unlicensed game. There is no magic in the real world, but what about the Harry Potter documentary series? It's terrible. No one should watch. No, I'm teasing. I don't know if I was just like a bit old when Harry Potter like really kicked off, but I never got to, like, I saw the movies, they were enjoyable and all that. Like, I won't knock it, but it was just one of those things that I think I was just a bit outside the target age demographic when the movies came out. That I was like, this is cool, but then, you know, people like super duper fandom over it. It's like, I get it, this is your thing. I had my things when that like I got into. Like, for me, Star Wars was the big one. That it's interesting that Star Wars is the big one for me because, you know, by the time like Star Wars was a thing, like the original trilogy was what I grew up with, and it's not like they had just come out or something like that. Like, original trilogy had been around for a long time. So it's not like that was the whole thing that was, you know, let's go ahead and just make a path around the outside, around the outside, around the outside of our farm. I know someone else is going, oh my god, why did he do that? Because there's no joy in the world. No. I don't know. Lord of the Rings for kids? I wouldn't say that. They're very different. Like, don't get me wrong, both feature, like, they're both, like, fantasy kind of stuff. But, like, it's very much Harry Potter is entirely based around, you know, there's this wizard school that kids get to, you know, learn wizardy things. That doesn't look as good as I thought it would. It's fine. We'll just pretend. But, can I put this in between here? Like, it's a very unique thing. Maybe we'll make this, like, sort of into, like, a little park area. I wish I could make the road just wider. Yes, Ad. Mostly just me putting down gravel to try and make it look like this is a whole area. Like, technically this is roads, and I'm just putting it here, and I'm just gonna kind of mentally pretend that the borders on the roads are just, like, scuffed spots in the gravel. Where, like, you know, snow has gotten in the gravel, that kind of thing.
What would you all do without me, you thirsty bastards?
Look. I'm not saying, but I'm kind of saying. Alright. Okay. Let's go to technology. I've been putting off a lot of the stuff. So, standing torch. Do I have to, like... Oh, that uses linen fiber. That's just logs. Closed curtain. Log gateway. Oh, that's really expensive. Alright. I feel like I really should be adding some kind of aesthetics to the town, and I'm just trying to decide where we go with that. So I was thinking, like we have fences and all that, but I feel like that's not really what I want. Yeah, those are things that you can make. These are things you can make. Barn. These are things that...
Technology recharged. Units received.
The units received is actually kind of close. Thank you, such a cookie, for the 100 biddies. I really do appreciate that support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot, so thank you. We bought... Like, this is where a lot of our money went. We bought every single recipe from the kitchen. Alright. So a standing torch. The problem is it requires linen fibers, and we haven't figured that out yet. No Man's Sky is fun. Yes. Alright, simple lumber station. Yeah, it's just aesthetic. Wooden flower pot, barrels, chests, fire pit. Privy. Wattle low fence. Wattle fence. Wattle gate. Yeah, the stump. It's fine. We'll worry about that. Did you say a lot of things in the kitchen needed flour? Not. I mean, there was some stuff there. We actually went to the kitchen. Oh. Actually, I think it probably can just go up here and go oven. So we've got, like, all the different bread stuff that requires flour. We haven't unlocked any of that. We haven't unlocked the pies. We haven't unlocked this. We have the cauldron, which I have a bunch of soups, which requires meat. There's, like, some veggies, but it also requires lots and lots of meat. Wooden bowls and meat. Oh, I should unlock wooden bowls. That's kind of important. Technology, do this. Wooden bowl. Oh, we're out of firewood on one place. Okay. So the question is, if I check storage, I have some stuff in here. That's interesting. That's a lot of stuff I've been storing in the other room. I have some random junk in there that I don't really care about.
I wouldn't mind if the king resigned from the throne. Or if
I fell down and went boom. We have some water and some meat in here. We do not have any of the wood products. And like I said, if this doesn't have to be over here, I'll probably move it. What I might do is I might just build a new one and then tear this one down. Alright. You can put all the food in the kitchen? Yeah, no, I'll end up moving it around. I'll get, like, right now there's no workers or anything, so I can't do any of that.
Your eye on anyone?
Oh, you're talking to each other. I thought you were talking to me. That's fair. Because last time she was like, just get some courage, and, you know, you'll find a wife. I was like, that's none of your business. Who asked you?
Nobody told me what to do, and I'm not going to argue.
Okay. I mean, we actually do have everyone, literally everyone is assigned to do stuff, so, you know. You were told what to do. Now get back to work. I mean, what? Sorry? You know, I've been enjoying it. Okay. Let's make some wooden bowls. Yeah, no, I need more work. So I'm deliberately not getting them in the winter since food is more of a pain in the butt during the winter. But the moment spring rolls around, I'm going to be a bit on a recruiting spree. I think I have jobs for like 9, 10 more people or some nonsense like that. Alright. We're just going to craft a whole bunch of stuff. I am going to need to get, like, a lot of people in here to do a lot of the stuff for me. Get, like, someone working someone working the kitchen. 2 people at least working the farms. Like, one of the other things we'll probably need to do is I'm probably going to need a place to keep the animals, because right now I don't really have a source of fertilizer. So I'm going to have to buy the fertilizer for the farm, and that is going to be a problem. But if I can set up where I get some pigs or whatever, that should become my source of fertilizer pretty easily. And then we know we use the crops to feed the pigs, and we use the pigs to create the fertilizer, and then we take the surplus. I keep expecting us to get like not stone paths, like brick paths and all that, which I'm assuming is just we go way down the tree and all that. I'm kind of hoping we'll be able to. I mean, I actually wanted to look at what materials we have, but that's fine too. Wooden vial. We'll make these for our herbalist. Like, that's what we're doing right now, is it's getting to be the end of winter. So rather than run around and deal with stuff I can't quite deal with right now, we're just going to try our best to make stuff happen. But yeah, so we're going to recruiting spree. The moment the day starts, we're going to run out to the 4 people that are usually off the side. There's a different way to get fertilizer, but it's not as good as poop for mass production. Yeah, no, I'm right. I have food that's rotting, and then I can go and I could take that food that's rotting and craft that into fertilizer, which has a lot of overhead. But ideally I would get the pigs or something else that I don't have to sit there and babysit making fertilizer with everything. Alright, so give me the wind vials. So we got a new building of the smithy. We could drop the bucket here as well. I'll need to make more of those in time. You're the herbalist? No, you're the farm place. You're the excavation place. You're the herbalist. So we can grab the wooden vials and drop those off here. I made a lot more of those than I realized. That's fine. Was there some? Oh yeah, and I made the bowls. Where are the bowls? There you are. You can drop those off here. Yeah, now generally I got a whole lot of stuff in here that is rotting gradually. It'll turn that into stuff. That's because I had this building before I had most of the other ones. So you can make daub out of clay and straw. You can make fertilizer out of manure and rot. You can make poppy seeds out of poppy. I don't remember. I remember the clay was like down here somewhere. That is one thing. If I had one major complaint about the game, let me mark my map. Not this. That's fine. Let me mark my map and go, that spot, cave. This spot, clay. Because clearly I have a map. Someone has given me a map. The least I could do is put a smudge mark where something I care about is. Like, require me to carry charcoal or something to mark it. I'm totally fine with that. Because I know I found clay, and I know it's vaguely that way somewhere, but... A sign you could build? I mean, that's okay. But I should also be able to mark my map. Why can't I mark my map? Clearly I can remember it enough to know what direction that building is relative to me. Alright. I'm just wandering for a minute with a little exploration. While we wait for the day to just Oh, there's a rabbit? Weird. Probably something behind the rabbit. Seeing if I can't figure out like an easy clay pile or something to locate. Because I'm assuming it's probably easier to find in winter, because I'm assuming it'll still be like a brown clump, even though in real life it'll all be covered in snow. But video game, they'd probably make it stand out so you can actually find it. Now, let's not go poke the wolves. Like in real life, clay, I mean, you could have like large areas that are just hilly areas that are clay, but like clay pits are usually not far from water sources. Like they're inland a bit from them, but I see. I also wish you'd remember the zoom level I set it to, so I don't have to keep resetting it again and again. I should be getting kicked back home any second now. It's too late now, but in hindsight, I should have gone to the mine and just mined until I can't move. I've got several wolves howling on all sides of me. I could hear some off to the left and some right in front. I was like, okay, so basically that wolf spot is a clay pit. I also realized I don't have a shovel. You want to go? Oh, never mind. I was like, I don't want to throw it unless I have to defend myself, because I knew I was getting teleported back any second one. Congratulations, you made it through your first year. For sure, you already understand the basics of the game. If you don't want any more tutorials, you can disable them as part of your HUD for a more immersive gameplay. You can adjust these settings at any time. Cool. Does the game have bosses? Nope, not that kind of game. It's about building up a settlement and all that kind of stuff. It doesn't have bosses, it has taxes. They're basically the same thing. Ah, speaking of which, taxes! Every spring you are required to pay taxes to the king. The money is collected by the Castellan of Pistovia. Creating new buildings and fields increases your taxation obligations. Avoiding payments increases your debt and may result in banishment from the land. Remember, you can turn off the tutorials at any time. Alright, so how bad is my taxes? Well, actually, first we have technology. Right, we unlocked the smithy. I'll deal with that in a minute. Let's grab all our money and go pay our taxes. I already grabbed our money, and I spent most of it. How high are my taxes? I'm suddenly feeling mildly nervous. I should have plenty of time to pay it. Where was my taxes? I know it told... Oh, tax... 442. Kingy, buddy, pal, friendo, Mr. Companion, buddy, friendo, pal. You see, look, about those taxes. Do you take IOUs? I mean, I should have plenty of time to make the money. Because I'm assuming it's not like we go into town, it's like, you know, they have like an executioner waiting as like, holds out his hand, like, you know, either you're paying in my hand or you're paying in the basket on the block. It's gonna be one of those things that we have a little bit of time. But it's probably one of those things that you go into debt, and then if your debt stands for too long or gets to be too high, then you lose. But yeah, so we need to make some heckin' money. Because taxes. Born Wild, you want me to kill 2 boar. Yeah, we can do that. You want me to bring you salt. We can do that. And you want me to bring you feathers. We can do that. Why else was I here? Oh, I was gonna sell my oat beer that someone gave me. Let me guess, you're not, it's like 5? Oh, it's like 3 minutes they open. That's fine. We're also gonna bring more people into town.
1, 2, 3.
Oh, come on.
Even with a full of slush.
How are you?
Show me your wares. Go ahead and buy these feathers. I don't want them. Go ahead and take the logs. Go ahead and buy my oat beer. Go ahead and buy my wicker baskets. Go ahead and buy my sticks.
Want
Have
to
a nice
see my
day.
wares?
No.
Have a nice day.
Actually, I'm not looking to see your wares. I need to make a whole lot of money. And there's no time. We need to not be seen. We'll be asked for our tax money. And then an explanation. And we'll have to explain that we spent it all on recipes. Oh, right, the workers. They're on the other side of town. Because with that, I should be able to assign workers for, like, the farm, you know, workers for, like, a bunch of different things. Which the problem is, they're all gonna be like, we need food, we need this, we need that, and I'm like, oh, you're so needy. You're like, I need shelter. Oh, wait, I'm only gonna be able to get 2 workers. One male worker and 1 female worker, because the game, that's just the way it works. You build a house and you're allowed to put 2 people there. Have a nice day, I refuse. You yell taxation, no taxation without representation, right to the executioner's block.
Sometimes I get a feeling that the locals frown upon us.
Well, Mesmere,
How can I help you?
it doesn't matter what you're good at. You're the only guy here. So I didn't even pay attention. I just brought him in. What the heck are you good at, Mesmere? I actually meant to ask you about what you were good at, but okay, you're kind of good at just about everything. You're gonna be my extractor because you're at 3 at that, so you're good there. So houses. We'll just go right here. Empty slot. Mesmere, accept. We will go to our excavation shed. Mesmere. And we'll go to our stuff. And for right now... Oh, I didn't realize they were also going to get this. So, for right now, I don't need all of these things. I'm going to go ahead and tell them to do 25% this, 25% this, 25% this. We'll put that at like 5 so I'm getting more than nothing, because I don't know when I'll need those. Okay, good job, Mesmere. You're doing fantastic.
Feeling we're not in the valley anymore. Hello there.
Small talk. Can you tell me something about your skills? You get along with people. You're good at tracking prey. Field work tires me a bit, but it's been a thing in my generations. That's why I have a natural knack for farming. I'm very good at it. You're hired. So Oda. What? All right, so you're here. Meanwhile, we're going to go to Farm Shed. And Oda works there now. And now I need to go to the farm stuff and the field. I don't... Selected plant type. And for right now, I only have cabbage. So you make cabbage. Good job. And we can go here. You can go to the orchard. I don't... Why do I not get the choice to deal with this? I wanna tell him to put the apple seeds I grabbed here. Alright, well, I'll worry about that when we get there. So I have a population of 7 and 5 out of 6 workers. Everyone's assigned here. Okay. So you're the water carrier. So you're poorly suited for hunting. So I've got you set for hunting and you're really bad at it. That's what I'm understanding. So let's take you and let's change your job. Who is that? So whatever her name is. All right. I'm gonna also put you on the farm shed because I have a feeling I need lots of people here. That's you. Cool. You planted the orchard yourself, didn't you? No, I just framed it out. I haven't done literally anything at all. So I got apple tree seedlings, and I haven't done anything with them whatsoever. Because like this one, I was able to just tell him, hey, go plant it. This one, I mean, if I have to deal with it, I have to deal with it. So unfortunately, don't have houses for anyone else. We're tapped out. But that's fine. So we'll go ahead and set that there. All right. So what we need to do now is I need money and everything else. But I've got 2 people are going to farm now that we added. And I think that's it, actually. No, we added 2 farmers and an extractor. So that should get us clay and a bunch of other materials. I do have a thing where it's saying, hey, you have these recipes that aren't happening. I'll deal with that in a minute. What I need to do right now is I need to get home and get another house going. Well, actually, no. We need to go to our journal. So we need to pay our taxes. So I have to pay the taxes by the end of the season. So I have to hunt boar. I could do that. Where are boar? I do like that it does show your town's outline on the map. We have bears over there. Bears down there. Seriously, where the heck are the boar? There's boar. There's no boar closer than that? Kind of surprised by that. We used to have boar right near us, but they seem to have gone away as our land intruded on theirs. Well, sorry, boar, but you are on the menu. The crown doth decree. The best part is the crown just decreed that I kill the boar. I get to still keep everything. Ah, crap, we have firewood need. I'm just gonna have to hope they take care of it here in a minute. I'm gonna go get the boar, and then we'll deal with the firewood. But we'll kill the boar, we'll bring all the stuff back, deal with that. There's a fox. There's a moose, I think? No, that's just nerd deer. It was like, okay, you're big, but you don't feel like you're big enough. That's because it wasn't. Alright, I see one boar off to the right here and one back there. I was just, right after I throw, I was like, I really hope it dies. Because I didn't bring a third weapon. Did I break my other spear? I missed the shot. There we go. Must have ricocheted off something. Right in the eye. Alright, well, let's go quickly see here. What do I need to make it our knife? 2 stones, 4 more sticks. One, 2, 3, 4. Well, that's interesting. It warned me about firewood. Now my warning's gone again. I'm assuming that's... There it goes. Alright, so let's take 2 seconds. Let's look at our management stuff. So you 2 need firewood. Fair enough. Let's go to our wood sled. The wood sled is complaining about not having the tools. Did you break all your axes? Yes, you did. That explains things. Let's grab 1 more stone. And head back over there. We must break that addiction. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to run down here real fast. She has a bunch of sticks there that she's collected, so I'm going to go ahead and use those to, What is even happening? Oh, I didn't move it. There we go. So what we're going to do is we're going to run over here. I'm going to use the sticks to make a bunch of axes. Put them there so that she can get back to making firewood. I'll probably have to make a bunch of firewood myself as well to like, catch up where she fell behind because she had no tools. Which I get. She's not a tool maker. We don't have one of those yet. Here, you don't have anything here because you're sending it to town. These are all just excuses she has made. I don't have an axe. Karate chop the trees down. I just need to show you a little bit more drive. I said I wanted whoever did this to be a self-starter, self-motivated. I don't feel like you really got that. All right. Oh no, what are you complaining about now? Oh, they're gonna complain because they don't have fertilizer. Alright, one problem at a time. I don't care what the key is, lady. I'm busy. To be fair, that's actually a pretty good key. Alright, so we've got that dealt with. What is the complaint coming from... Oh, so there was also... What are you upset about? You have a hammer icon. So let's go to the farm shed. No tool. What tool do you not have? You both don't have... hose. Okay, so I need sticks and logs. Yeah, no, it's a tool. It's a flat metal head, usually on the end of a pole, you use to turn up dirt. Used in gardening and farming. Alright. So basically a scythe? No, it's a scythe is used to reap crops. So you go like a field and you take a scythe and you cut it across the crop and all the grassy bits fall down and you take those back to grind them up into flour and yada yada or whatever the crop is. A hoe is used to it's basically you're plowing the dirt is what you're doing. Yeah, you sweep that platform. I really do need you to be out there dealing with this. Okay, so you should have your tools. Who else is complaining about what? We don't have one there, we don't have one there. No resources, let's check. Okay, so what you're going to do is you're going to massively tone down the amount you're dealing with the sticks. You're going to massively tone down the amount you're dealing with the planks. You're going to turn up the amount you're dealing with the logs and the amount you're dealing with firewood. Okay, so that should help with that. The farm shed is complaining that it doesn't have tools. You need a sickle or a scythe. Oh, you also need a bag. What the heck do I need for a bag? I was like, no kid doolies. I said brought men to village. 20% of you had kids we desperate because you were hunters and farmers. Oh yeah. Yeah, because when they're having kids, they don't work in the way the game works. I'm making you your simple bags. I still need to make a scythe. I didn't think about that part either. Or a sickle or a scythe. I don't actually know which I need. So we're doing our best to try and get everything square. Alright, I am bringing you 10 simple bags.
I have no more materials.
I just gave you 10 bags. Figure it out. Okay, what are you missing? Oda has a status that has like a little bag icon. Farm shed. No resources. You don't have fertilizer. So let's deal with that. Alright, Darshaw, you sleep well. So I should have some fertilizer here that I set aside from last time. We could go here to... I have to actually take the rot into my pocket. Okay, so that added some fertilizer. Alright, so let's go over here and drop off the fertilizer. Animal husbandry. You can breed various kinds of livestock in your settlement. Every type of animal requires a different type of shelter. Chickens, geese, pigs, goats, sheep, cows, horses, and donkeys can be bought. That's fine. I don't have money. I do need those things. But right now, that's just not an option. Okay. So, what do you still need? Can I make the scythe you're asking for?
There are no materials left for me to work with.
You shut your mouth. Where does it come from? We probably need a smithy for it? We'll probably need a smithy, and I'll probably also have to, I'll probably also need a smithy, and I'll probably also have to get ore, and we'll probably also have to unlock recipes that cost money I don't have. You know, everything's kind of just getting a bit out of control at the moment. Wait, was there backseeing? I didn't see any backseeing. Oh yeah, no, that's I'm aware that the pigs are like an absolute manure factory. I haven't gotten that yet. No, I don't think it's backseating. I do appreciate people trying to make sure people aren't backseating, but yeah, no. Backseating is usually when something is like, hey streamer, you need to build more of these. Hey streamer, you didn't position that in the right place. Hey streamer, hand me the controller so I could do this right, because you're not doing it right. That's backseating. Or it's one of those ones that can get a little bit in the backseaty thing where they're like, hey streamer, you know, you need to have 2 lumber locations per workbench. That way you have enough wood production. Because one workbench only produces 0.56 this amount. It's like, that's cool that you figured out the math. But like, let me do that too. That's when you get to backseating, is when like they're actually telling you how to play the game. Then there's times where it's like, it was a gray area from where it's at. Okay, I didn't see what looks like backseating to you, but yeah, no, to me there's nothing there. Yeah, it's like, or like when people say you really need to build a this, or it'll work a lot better if you build that instead. Or, you get the idea. It's pretty much when they're telling you to do, or heavily implying you need to do something, or should do something. That's definitely when you've crossed into, okay, it's backseating. Now, it doesn't necessarily... Some people are cool with it, and some people aren't. Like, and there's different levels. And also, like, even the same people, just depending on headspace and what's been going on and how their patience is doing, they might also be in different places. Or even just, like, the situation in the game. Like, if I'm doing a multiplayer game with a bunch of other people, I'm probably going to be a lot more tolerant to backseating because it's not just me waiting for my time to figure stuff out. There are other people who are also caught up in it, kind of thing. And that me taking forever to figure out how to do something can hold that back. It gets weird with multiplayer. Because that's part of why multiplayer can end up being very stressful, is there's just a whole thing. Yeah. No, it's the thing. Like, you let the player... Like, you deliberately let the player get things wrong. Like, let them make mistakes. Unless they're expressly like, you know, don't let me make a mistake that will set me back for hours, if they ask. If they don't ask, you let them do that. Because that can be, like, both entertaining, and also can actually be meaningful content, and... Like, honestly, when game devs themselves, like, they will poke into different people's YouTube videos and streams, just, like, silently lurk. Because it's one of the ways you can get some pretty authentic, you know, actual playtesting. I mean, please devs, don't count on us to playtest your game unless it's something we agree upon. Definitely want to playtest your game before you give it to us. But, that said, after you've released and you're trying to get someone outside your own QA team and all that, it can be a good way to get an authentic view of how people are receiving your game, is just watch someone as they stream. Because you can watch where they get confused and go, okay, like, did we explain that poorly? Was it not clear? Is it not intuitive? And it might be, oh, they just really, you know, for some reason they just really came to a different assumption. And if that's the only person you see do it, whatever. But if you start noticing more and more and more people having the same incorrect assumption, that tells you, okay, we probably need, like, a prompt here or a tutorial, or maybe we need to, like, just do the thing that they think it's going to do instead of the thing we thought they would think it would do. Yeah, I have not done any decorating right now, because the game very directly, like, rewards you for building more stuff. I know I need to decorate because my people won't be happy, but it's much easier to quantify, okay, I don't have a tool I need, versus, okay, percentage happiness. Like, obviously I want to make them happy, but having difficulty quantifying a lot of that. Alright, so I need straw. Way too much wag getting a wagon wheel to lean way against the wall. Oh yeah, no, I've done that kind of stuff in games. Like, when you get into that... Whoa, I've got a lot of meat. Okay. Editing's gonna have direct results, though. It can. That's the thing. Because the game explains basically nothing to you, it's not motivated me to deal with a lot of stuff. Wait, didn't I just grab the mount? Oh, no, you know what I did? I went to grab the pile of straw, and I was like, holy crap, I have a lot of meat. And then I got distracted and totally forgot about the straw. Or I grabbed just one. It could be either. Oh, here, you can have the sticks. But yeah, no, happiness can have direct results. It's just kind of one of those things that the game doesn't explain anything to you. It's just like, go make a settlement. And I have mentioned to a certain degree, I'm fine with that. But to another degree, there are mechanics that deal with, like, UI and that kind of stuff that the game's just like, meh. I can explain that, but meh. And that's kind of where I'm like, okay, alright. You gotta do a little bit better than that. And they have, like, the tutorial that's like, you can do a farm. Like, cool. Could you be a little bit closer to that? You've just built your first smithy. Most of the items can be crafted here out of copper, bronze, not. Oh, that made my taxes go up, didn't it? I didn't think about that part. So we can make our bars. So there's wooden tools. There's weapons. So there's a stone sickle, which is just stone and sticks. That's what I needed. Please tell me it wasn't just here the whole time and I just didn't see it. Okay. Alright. So we do need the stone sickles. Which I have to make on this bench. It's fine. Alright, so sticks and stones. Fine, I'll drop the meat too. Let's see how long goes. Finally emerged from the lurk with some coffee and Christmas cookie time. Thanks for keeping me sane while working, Rual. No problem. Thank you for hanging out. Alright, so stone sickles. We'll definitely need to get it sorted out. Well, actually, no, because they're bringing us stone and all that now. I'll have the ability to just go and have that. Alright, so while I'm crafting this, I'm going to take 2 seconds real fast, grab myself a new drink, and I'll be right back. So thank you for tuning in. I'll be back in just a moment, and then we'll get a shout out for Longclaw. And I'll be right back. How's the village coming along? Really well. I'm worried about my taxes, so I'll be back here in a minute. And since there's 2 sides of that airlock, this shouldn't be really that bad. Well, we've lost. Sorry about loud noises. Worried about my taxes sounds oddly relatable. Yeah. Alright, so you need the sickles we just made. We have sticks and stones. We can put those over here. They add up fast. Yep. Like, I need to be focused on that, but I'm also trying to make sure all of my buildings are doing the things they need to be doing. Oh, grab the tin ore. It shouldn't be here. So you can run that back over there. And let's see what I could do about... You are dirty. Hey, don't judge me. Look. I know I've made that joke a bunch of times, but it never ceases to be funny. Prove me wrong. Yeah, you're dirty. Whoa, don't king shame my village. My villagers can live whatever life they want so long as they're consenting adults, alright? If they're not hurting anyone, it's no one else's business. Just bathe in the water and have a sip like literally where you're actively bathing.
I would have a couple of suggestions for improving life in our settlement.
You want to talk to my face? You want to talk to my face?
Hi,
What?
friend.
What would you change? Why? That's not... You're telling me...
See you soon.
You're telling me I have suggestions, and then I ask, and you won't answer. Anything that's wrong with this village, Medard? Your fault. Do you feel like you chose a good spot for your village? Many resources in range. Kick him out of the village. Exiled. Too judgy. So I've actually been informed that it actually doesn't matter. So we could do stews. So I've got... Oh, right, I have to have it in my inventory. So I need some kind of vegetables to go with the meat. Alright. Yeah, no, I know I have taxes. I need to make money. Alright, so what requests did we have? Technology. All these. So let's not worry about that, because that all costs money. So journal. So we hunted those. That's 139. We need salt, and I need feathers. Feathers are easy. I've got tons of feathers. So let's grab 56 feathers, and then let's go get the salt. Oh, right. What I wanted to see is I wanted to see real fast so I could kick the orchard off. Because I would like them to work the orchard as well. You grab like 10 villagers? That's kind of where I'm at, is I grabbed... It's only a couple more. Like, I would like to just go over and build another house, get more villagers, build another house, get more villagers, that kind of stuff. Oh, not the right one. So put this back. So now let's see if I go to management, if I go to the orchard now. So it's now marked as unsown. It's so weird that this one I can't... I guess I'll just do this one myself. Oh wait, I probably need one of the bags. Okay, so we planted all we could, because those seeds were too much. I bought them last season without realizing I was going to put myself in trouble. Alright, so next up, we are going down here for the salt mines, but first I need to grab my character a little snacky snack. I don't remember if I've had any more food in my home. I do. This isn't actually my home. That's their home. So I'm going to go to my home. Alright, that's fine. So I'm going to go to their home. I'm going to steal 2 bites of food. We'll grab 3, actually. Alright, so now it's time to run across to the salt mines and go get the salt. Because I did notice my excavator person didn't give me the choice of getting salt. Now, it did let me get stone and tin and copper and all those things. And I know I should probably pick up a whole bunch of mushrooms. But that's a later me consideration. You can't have all of your women cooking or hunting or whatever task. Oh yeah, no, it's, that makes sense. Like with the way the game works, where, you know, someone has to stay home and take care of the kids, and because the game has decided that's on women because medieval, that if you have them all working the same responsibility, you have you'll have a balance problem. So that means you need to make sure you have women working all the jobs the men would work as well. You know, be equal about it. Everyone has to do a little bit of everything. Representation across all of the jobs. All right. Yeah, no, that was the thing. Like, you get that. So the idea though is you would balance it, so you don't have too much of anything.
I'm an experienced traveler, but a shy one.
After
I
all.
only travel when nobody's watching.
It wouldn't surprise me at all if a whole bunch of people have. Why are you ringing the bell? Did I not bring a pickaxe? Alright, hang on. We just need to make a pickaxe real fast. I just need one. I just need to chop down a tree, so I gotta get outside the city's borders. Yeah, I believe for them to have a kid, you have to have them in the same house. Like, if everyone had their own, like house, I was under the impression that there would be no kids in your place. Alright, so pickaxe is 4 stone. I have no more torches. I don't have straw with me. I mean, at least the way the game informs, it's like, you have a house. You can basically only have, like, I think it's like, you can only have, like, one woman and one man per house kind of thing. And that if you put 2 of them together, they'll start a family. Eventually. That's the way the game presented it to me. You picked up 30 stones in one shot? Oh, right! Because of my giant pile of stones from the last time I was over here. Let's go ahead and make 2 more pickaxes, and we're going to chuck those stones back on the ground. Yeah, versus so far, I've been deliberately setting up my household so they can have families and all that if they want. Which I'm sure they will, and I'm sure I'll be like, oh my god, I need to have, like, I need more people to support all these people. But that is a later me to learn because the game didn't warn me at all about that, so I'm just going to pretend it hasn't warned me. Because in most games you'd be like, okay, this is how you grow your place. Let's grow our place. How much salt do I need? Let's check that. Journal. Let's grab reeds because I didn't realize I'd turned around. Because I don't have enough materials for a torch. I need some reeds. Let's be careful like how far we go into that whole thing. You could very easily get into places where, you know, we're being minimizing kind of thing. Like, yeah, I realize the game depicts a period where it's like, okay, women have kid, you know, cannot work, that kind of thing. But it's also in the context of the game and all that. Like, I don't want to meme on it too much because, you know, unfortunately we have real life issues around that area as well. Where, like, companies do all sorts of awful things. It's always tricky with those kind of things where real harm does happen. Yeah. It's tricky. There's always a balance. Because, like, you want to be able to have fun and joke around, but also want to be like, alright, let's... Like, where is the line in the sand? It's like, alright, now it's no longer... Like, now we're crossing the joke line into the, okay. And no one's gone past that really much, but it's just like, let's get ahead of this before it does get there. I'm grabbing extra salt because I figure I keep having to run by here every single season. Alright, so that's just a little overburdened. I can still... Alright, well, I'm just going to be way overburdened. It's going to be hell to get back. Let's drop the new stone as well. Overtuned? Are you saying too productive? 230 logs a day? I must just not have my stuff set up right. I mean, I only have one person working at the moment, so that's probably exactly what's going on. And... there we go. As long as I'm in, like, the yellow zone, I think we're done mining for right now. We just need to get out of here. You have 2 wood, what says, with 2 level 4 lumberjacks. Gotcha. You need that many in winter? Alright, so let's run back here. We'll drop off some of the salt. So, do your people level up over time? You well insulated? Yeah. Taking stacks of size to pick up and store them in the stall. Okay, cool. Because that's the thing, is like they better level up. Because that means I really don't have to worry about just letting them do their thing. You have a pretty big village. You burn nearly 300 a day in winter. Gotcha. I'll check later. Right now, I'm just going to run back. Make sure we don't have any of the, Alright, cool. We're not going the route that there's the bears. Alright. You have an XP bar? Yeah, no, I was making sure they leveled, so it wasn't like, you know, there's some games where it's like you get rid of whoever your worst person is and you get the new one, and it's like there's no progression to the characters, which ends up being kind of an annoying / disappointing thing. Alright, and then we live just on the other side of that bend up ahead. It's okay. Sometime this forest would fall. There should be like a point when your village is larger than the other existing village that, you know, they start getting like really whiny about it. The leadership there who's like taxing you and everything. You're using 230 wood in the summer? Nice. Like, that's the thing. With, like, just the beginning, I haven't checked to see if our cap has gotten any higher. Like, it was saying I could have up to 70 buildings. Yeah, I'm only at 16 out of 70 buildings, so your village could get a lot bigger. And I'm assuming that's before you, like, level up, rank up, whatever it's called. Hey, Smoker Silver grabbing the 5-week streak, so thank you so much for that. You know, the fact that you keep tuning in on that. I'm assuming I want to put the salt over here. In the kitchen. So we need 25. Be 14 going in here. I can math. I'm off by 10. Alright, so that's what I need for you. We could go to journals. And I need 56 feathers. It's 56. I was really hoping I could just type in a number. Yeah, I need to sort half these storage things out. Yeah, and I'm not sure. Actually, resource for storage or the hunting. Yeah, no, actually, I should put in the resource. I should just make it the default thing, just put in the resource storage for everything, because they will take what they need. Yeah, Smoker Silver catching the last 5 streams in a row, so thank you so much for that. Grabbing your 450 extra points each and every day. So congrats. Alright. My hope is that this will be enough here between all the stuff to pay my taxes. If not, we're going to find something I can make, and we're just going to start making a lot of it. Most times it'll say where it goes, either... Okay. Yeah, so I probably just need to make it a habit of just... Instead of... Like, because before we had the resource storage, I would take it to whatever building I thought would need it. Or that it was, like, relevant to whatever. And just do away with all that. You can always sell hose. Yeah, I mean, we had a quest to bring a lot of hose to town. I mean, they gotta plow their field somehow.
How can I help you?
I slayed the troublesome boars. Fortunately, dealt with them without any trouble. Nope, don't go back to bed. Get back up. I have some salt to spare.
Have a nice day.
Okay,
How are
don't
you?
go back to bed. I've got some feathers to share.
Goodbye.
All right, deliver gold. So you've got all this money. Hello, did you come here to pay your taxes? Yes, here you go. That should cover everything. Splendid. It's fine. I don't mind. I don't mind the taxes. I don't mind the taxes. It only hurts on the inside. Alright, but we're square under taxes. So now let's build a bunch of things and make them worse next year. Yay! I can only matter. I can only wonder, like, how bad taxes can get in this game. I can only imagine they can get absolutely horrific over time. Because, like, we're still, like, at a little village kind of thing. I could easily see people having, you know, dozens upon dozens of houses and businesses and all that. And assuming it keeps going up flat, your taxes are about 4,000 a year. That's what I was going to say. Is like, I could see them getting really bad really fast. The good news is, we're covered for right now. So, it's time to build another house. Yeah, so I think put one more house here. Or, you know what we could actually do? I could turn the house at, like, kind of a, not quite a 45-degree angle. Here, I'll show you what I'm thinking about with the road. So this road kind of makes a weird angle because of what's going on here. I could take this road, and we could bring it up this way. And put a house over here, and, like, start making, like, another neighborhood. Like, I could actually, like, twist it up that way, that kind of thing. Building. Houses. So you need more stuff. Oh, the train is too uneven. Oh, I thought because of where we could see these on the stilts, I thought they were, like, really merciful on what they could do. That's fine, too. Alright, so do this. Grab out our hammer. Okay, so let's go and grab one of these buildings that we chucked a bunch of stuff in. It'll go to our overburden and we'll toss them in the resource storage. I mean, I don't need to take these away. These literally are used here. Let's not worry about that. You go here. You can go here. We'll grab the salt since that's the one we're not confident. We'll actually grab the salt and the meat for now. Gonna put that in whatever buildings they need to go. Alright, so food storage, resource storage. And I don't remember which is which. Which building are you? Food storage, okay. Ooh, a lot of rot. We could go here and say resource storage. Alright, so we're not actually getting that many logs here, but we are getting a decent amount of straw and clay. So let's see about making some daub. Yeah, no, I realized I could do this. Here's the next thing to do. Alright, everybody. All you berries. About to be a whole lot of materials that we tossed here before we had those buildings. Alright, well, I've got you here. So we can make daub. So make our fertilizer. And I'm assuming with the daub, I just go like up to a building and like smack you have daub on it now. I'm curious how that works. You need a talent for it? Alright, just dropping off as much as we can with this. Alright. Oh, oats are resource storage. I guess that makes sense. Okay, so we got all that moved over there. Now food storage. Oh, if it's the insulation skill, I actually do have the insulation skill. Alright. So I'm assuming what I do is I probably grab up my hammer, right click, add insulation, smack.
People of science learn how to read from books. We learn to wrote.
It's not... Do you have a lot of stone? Not really. That doesn't seem to be doing anything. Alright. If you figure out how to repair, let me know. Yeah, it's like, you need to repair stuff. It's like, well, it doesn't seem to be doing anything. Alright, so now back to what I was dealing with before all this, which is to chop down some heckin' trees. Because I was like, oh, let's see, if people are talking about us being like up to our eyeballs in logs and all that, let's go find that out. Doesn't appear to be the case for me, unfortunately. It has to decay to yellow before you compare. Oh, okay. So basically, you can't waste your time on doing mild damage. Alright. So I also haven't checked to see what our businesses well, not, I keep saying businesses. It would check this. We don't have anything new here I can make. Nothing there. No new storage. I can get a hen house. I don't have workers I could reasonably do it, though. We have hunting. We've got all these. Yeah, so just, like, honestly, I have a whole bunch of business I don't have people for, so that's the big thing, is I just need more workers. Okay, and what are you shy on? I'll need to check what our people are shy on that they need. Now I don't have to deal with literally everything myself. I'm finding my inventory can actually handle quite a bit. It'll probably also be one of those things that I'm going to probably stop running around dealing with even this kind of stuff myself. That I'll just go to town and just be like, alright, give me the materials I need. Okay, position this building. You know, make the workers do the work. I'm sure there'll always be more for me to work on. Or if not, that I need to work on, that me chipping in will speed it up a lot. You know, so I was right. Well, that's the way it was, but then, you know, I like handed everything off like, no, I don't need to carry these tools. I'm not doing that right now. I don't need to carry that tool. I'm not doing it right now. Alright, so I've got a lot of materials on me. So what are the things they're complaining about right now? So you are complaining about bags? Condition 0%? Not, oh, they're the brand new ones that I have finished building. Okay, it's like, wait a second, why are my buildings falling apart? Excavation shed, no tool. So you've got a shovel that's basically spent and you need a pickaxe. Farm shed, no resource. What resources don't you have? Fertilizer. Which I figured was going to be a problem. All right. I gave you like 1920 fertilizer. Well, I mean, that actually might be 1920 fertilizer. Yeah, no, I figured I'm gonna have to buy the fertilizer as well. Okay. So I've got feathers to drop at the resource place. And sticks to drop there as well. You can rot a lot of meat. Yep. Oh, those are both resource. All right. Well, I know they're not working for the moment, but... Oh, right, we needed pickaxe? Wait.
Just a little bit of courage.
Oh, you need shovels. I see. I was sitting there, like, you need pickaxes? I had, like, 3 of those for you. So wooden shovel, you need logs. Okay, let's just cut down a bunch of trees, get a bunch of logs, and use all those logs to make a whole bunch of shovels so I don't have to worry about it for a while. Because I also just need to build more houses so that I can get more people to fill in all those roles. Alright, we gained our level in excavation, so that's lovely. Deal with that in a moment. Alright. Ever good to clean out stumps? Well, that's the whole thing. There's like not a... Because they don't grow back if you get rid of them, I've mostly only been cleaning the stumps out of like town itself. So as the town spreads, I'll get rid of the stumps that are kind of in the way, but I've been leaving all the others. You know, because in the game they grow back that way. It's just weird. Everyone's been telling me that you have to leave the stumps of trees to grow back. Otherwise, they just don't. It still apparently takes years, but... Alright. Let's go here, tools. Make a bunch of shovels. And this goes to the excavating person. So have your pile of shovels. Where are you? That you stop complaining about that. And drop off our sticks. So that means all I'm missing is fertilizer. All right. Do I have... Oh, I have mushrooms on me. What? Are you research? Yeah, no, you're food. And then we can put the feathers away. Now let's go to our hunting lodge and grab the giant mountain of feathers we've been collecting there. Alright. Alright, so grabbing all that, and we're gonna drop that off. Most that's gonna go to resource. I'm gonna just eat the salted fish. Because it's gonna go rotten soon, so we'll just nommy nom that all up. Okay, so we have 64 coins. Alright, so let's get back. Well, let's grab a sip of water. Let's get back to getting the extra building set up. We're definitely gonna want to set up like the chicken coop and all that. I don't know what we're gonna have to do so far as like building fences and all that, but we'll figure it out when we get there. That's fine. Because I need more houses for more people. Like, it's funny, I think with a lot of people I've seen play this, which isn't that many, they kept having problems not in the growth of their town, like physical space, but with the standings to get more people into their town kind of thing, was my understanding. Like, I don't know the mechanics that well, but it was like they were just physically expanding their town very rapidly, but just could not have more workers again and again, that they had to keep doing like daily quests or whatever, or not daily, the missions to fix it. Whereas on my own, I'm having the exact opposite. Like, I could probably go out there and just keep recruiting person after person. I just don't have some place to put them. All right. I got killed by the bounce up. Like, the tree hit the ground and that was fine, and it came back up and it finished the job. I have no idea how far that sets you back or anything. Is it like literally I'm gonna go over and that tree is gonna be laying there and like I've lost nothing? What is the consequence of death? Your dynasty was ended by a tree. Well, yeah, I told you, trees are the enemy. Yeah, no, I think literally it just kicked you back there. Like, did I lose my money? No, I still have my money. I have 2 extraction points. I've just been going for it. Resource covered from destroying structures, sure. So we have slower stamina consumption during extraction activities, 5% more carry weight, additional resources, but carry weight. Is there a consequence? Like, other than just the inconvenience of it? Maybe I lose some XP towards my next level and things? Because I kept all my stuff. For the record, that is our first death since I started playing. I mean, we all knew from the very beginning it was going to be a tree. It's always a tree. Alright. Like, it did know when I noticed when it brought me back. It brought me back not fully hydrated, not full food, not full health. Like, everything but my stamina was pretty low. Just all the trees missing. All the trees. I know it's accurate, but it's still every time I play a game that you run into that, it just always just look around and be like, yep, there goes the entire forest. The whole thing. Alright. Get my character in mode so he stops hacking up a lung. The wattle walls interest me because, like, you know, it's just woven sticks, like lumber and woven sticks, and I assume they put, like, you know, dirt or whatever to try and pack it in a little bit so it wouldn't, you know, wouldn't be quite as breezy as it could be. But, you know, it's just kind of interesting looking at this style. Alright, so I need to find food. Excuse me, can I have your food? You don't have food. Can I have... Huh, it's interesting that they don't have food. Can I have your food? Oh, excellent, thank you, I'll take it all. For this is my town and you live here and your things are mine. Excellent. I'm glad this is a fair exchange. Alright. So let's run down here and get our straw and our sticks and all that. Oh, right, I have a ton of stuff in the workshop that I could probably just move over to resources. I actually don't have a ton of stuff in the workshop. I have a tiny small amount of stuff in the workshop. So, I'm gonna have to go to town and buy fertilizer. I keep putting it off. I'm just gonna have to do that. Because if I don't, there is zero chance this ends up going well. Because I need the farm to actually make food, so, you know, as my growing population grows, it's not a horrific humanitarian event. Logs and sticks. Should just go to resource place. They'll have lots of stuff for me. Oh, that's the food place. I will get it wrong 100% of the time. Alright. And we have... Okay, so we have a decent number of logs. Give those all to me. I definitely don't want that many sticks. Give me a handful of sticks. And give me the straw. Oh, you know what I also need to do? Let's go to our management stuff. Because it didn't have the blacksmithy to begin with. So let's go to our extractor's place. We will change you down to that and you up to this. Okay. And actually, for as much straw as I got out of that, let's lower that too. Okay. I imagine there was I saw there was like a builder's, building. I imagine that's where you just kind of sit there and be like, put a building there, and then you just come back later and they'll have like slowly put everything in for you. And that's when you probably start focusing entirely on just decoration. Because I know most of the decoration material-wise are relatively inexpensive. Alright, give him a moment. So we're gonna need more sticks. Which we had plenty of sticks, I just didn't grab them all because I didn't have the capacity for all of them. I underestimated how many sticks I needed. Alright. Cool. Yeah, so just need more sticks for those areas, and that'll be another house done. And what we'll do is after we get another house done, we'll go run back, grab 2 more people. Actually, let's check the time. Alright. That's the food hut. No matter how many times I walk into it, it is still the food hut. Drop the stone. Drop the feathers. Drop the straw for right now. Drop the wool. Go down here to the sticks. Let's take them off right now. Finish this house. Get it knocked out. Alright, we completed our simple house. Cool, so we've got a spot here for some like decorations or whatever, a side shooting path. Not sure what I'm gonna do with this place. I noticed there's like a market stall and all that. I could see that being something we put here, otherwise some type of decorations and all that. It's also possible I could put another field here that I'd have to like kind of cut it off there and then have like this wedge area here. But right now I don't think that's that important. We also check to see how big like chicken huts and all that need for area. Alright, so let's drop off all of our sticks. Cool. Take yourselves a quick bath. Yeah, no, the village is coming along pretty well. We've got it all centered around this field. All our residentials along the back here. We got a bunch of a bunch of trade skills on this side, a bunch of trade skills on that side. No room to really build anything over here, but I could put like one more there and maybe one more there. So it's got that organization that's all centralized. Storage is behind here. We've got a little well. And I've got room here for a bunch of decorations. I could see putting fences around some of the stuff, maybe. But in the meantime, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run up over here real fast. Is this my house? Okay, yeah, this is my house. But what I'm going to go ahead and do is, first of all, I'm going to snooze this ad so you don't get hit with it. But we're going to go find someone for us to raid. But first of all, for all of you who have enjoyed the content tonight and aren't already following the channel, don't forget to drop the follows and all that good stuff. That all helps, and I really do appreciate it. I do hope you have enjoyed tonight's stream, and I hope I will see you back in the future. For those of you who are checking us out over there on YouTube, I will be ending the stream, obviously, and so don't forget to like and subscribe if you're over there watching in the future or the present. And now that they're all gone, we can actually enjoy ourselves.